Chapter 1 First Soul Skill, Root Consolidating and Origin Nourishing Snow Ginseng Soup. Heaven Do Royal Academy. At 5:30 in the morning, the campus was empty, and the students were still sleeping in. In the back mountain, in the center of the lake of the water attribute spirit mimicked cultivation environment, an 8-year-old boy was lying on the water surface meditating. If someone were nearby and looked closely, they would find his spirit power interacting with the lake water, with a white turtle floating up and down in the lake water following the boy's breathing. A gentle breeze blew, and spirit power surged. Jade Zhao exhaled a long breath, leapt up from the water, and raised his hand to recall his spirit. To his surprise, the white turtle floating in the lake earlier was not a living creature, but was contained within a shrinking white jade bowl. Level 17, not bad. Pouring out the soup in the white jade bowl, Jade Zhao ran toward the shore on the surface of the water. In the bowl was the root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup summoned by his first soul skill, mixed with the foundation establishment liquid Jade Zhao had won at the auction house. Pouring it out was a bit wasteful. But bathwater and such, whoever wants to drink it can drink it. The medicinal efficacy was mostly absorbed. In just half a month, his spirit power increased by 1 level. Even someone with innate full spirit power probably wouldn't be as fast as Jade Zhao. Pity, this batch of foundation establishment liquid is used up. My cultivation speed will drop quite a bit next. Jade Zhao, male, transmigrator, 8 years old this year, reborn for 8 years, with the Golden Finger Heavens Auction House. The youngest son of Marshal Jie Long, 9 lives divine dragon, a core figure in the Heaven Do Empire military. Born of a concubine, he originally thought he had the Huo Yuhao script from Do 2, but found that this family was quite harmonious, lacking the scheming. Inner court struggles between wives and concubines he had pictured. The main wife came from the Heaven Do imperial family, a very gentle middle-aged beautiful woman. The 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters above him all took good care of him. He had never expected such a wonderful start. Speaking of which, don't all transmigrators to Douluo start as bitter, tragic orphans? In short, Jade Zhao was quite satisfied with this. Until awakening his spirit at 6 years old. Food system spirit, white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup. Innate spirit power, level 6. Completely average, no surprises. But it hardly seemed worthy of his status as a transmigrator. Where were his twin spirits? Where was his innate full spirit power? Shouldn't he get all the standard transmigrator perks? Just as Jade Zhao was pondering deeply whether he lacked transmigrator benefits because his happy family meant he hadn't sacrificed his parents, his golden finger arrived. Heaven's Auction House. An auction house hidden in the time and space of the heavens, selling rare treasures of 10,000 worlds, magic treasures, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, strange treasures, talismans, puppets. It had everything, claiming to span the heavens, auctioning everything, accepting everything. Unfortunately, Jade Zhao had no money. Or perhaps a different word should be used, auction coins. Fortunately, as the son of a Heaven Do Empire marshal, although he was young, mobilizing some manpower and resources was not difficult. Low innate spirit power did not mean low cultivation speed. With the Heavens Auction House, bidding on low-stage cultivation resources that others didn't want, like chi gathering powder and great strength pills, was enough to make Jade Zhao's cultivation speed rival that of someone with innate full spirit power. Occasionally, picking up good items at a bargain like 1000-year ginseng or foundation establishment liquid made his cultivation speed soar even faster. One could only say that the spirit power cultivation system of Douluo Continent was far too low tier when looking across the myriads of worlds. Let me see what good things there are today. Raising his hand to check his mechanical watch, 5:45. The auction starts at 6 o'clock Douluo time, with the list released 15 minutes in advance. Devil Fruit Zone Mythical Beast Bug Fruit. Asachi 10. Hextech Crystal. Army Soul Legion Flying Bear Army 10,000 men. 3-part Unified Chi including Heavenly Frost Fist, Wind God Kick, Cloud Parting Palm. Transferred Sealing Scroll, Koto Matsukami version. 100,000 Year Soul Spirit Emerald Swan. Mecha Crimson Typhoon. True Armor. Cyan Light Sword. Keelin Blood Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit version. 9 Flower Jade Dew Pill 100 pills. 7th rank medicinal pill Yin Yang Profound Dragon Pill. Root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup 10 bowls. Flipping through the list, there were tens of thousands of auction items, all good stuff, making Jade Zhao's heart pound with anticipation. As the corner of his eye swept across his savings, Jade Zhao calmed down. Auction coins, 74,500. The 70,000 plus auction coins were all saved bit by bit from Jade Zhao painstakingly auctioning his first soul skill, root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup, every day. He clicked with his mind on the details page of root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup 10 bowls. Root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup 10 bowls. Origin, Douluo Continent. Starting price, 100 coins. Description, food system soul skill, long-term effect, warms and nourishes meridians and blood, consolidates cultivation foundation, subtly enhances physique, resistance, and recovery. Seller note, is your child's foundation weak and potential lacking? One bowl and their foundation is solid. The daily output of root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup was 50 bowls. Excluding what Jade Zhao drank himself, he listed 3 sets of 10 bowls on the auction house every day. On average, he earned a steady 800 auction coins per day, making it a relatively popular item in the auction house. This proved that Jade Zhao's choice for his first soul skill was correct. Compared to other soul skills of temporary recovery types aimed at combat, this medicinal food with root consolidating and origin nourishing effects was clearly far more popular in the Heavens auction house. The competitive track was different. The medicinal food route for root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup had relatively fewer competitors and broader demand. The vast market with supply failing to meet demand continually generated income for Jade Zhao. Sigh, my spirit power is still too low. Otherwise, if I sold 100 sets a day, easily earning over 10,000 daily, wouldn't that be sweet? Imagining a bright future, his mind flipped through the auction list, placing bids on the items he needed. The auction method of the auction house was blind bidding. Each person could only bid once per item, unaware of each other's bids. 1 hour after the auction started, the highest bidder wins. As for shout-out auctions, special auction sessions would open at irregular times, filled with rare treasures, with only 2 or 3 sessions a year. Ever since Jade Zhao unlocked his golden finger, he had only experienced one. A pure spectator, couldn't afford a single thing. Hey, this one is good. Flipping to great derivation spells with his mind, Jade Zhao's eyes lit up. Opening it up, sure enough, it was a divine sense cultivation technique from a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, with a starting price of 10,000, which was reasonable. He clicked to favorite it and bid 20,000. Cultivation techniques are great things that can be auctioned repeatedly. Pity there are no good cultivation techniques in Douluo world, and items won by a buyer cannot be re-auctioned. What? You say mysterious heaven skill. Does this thing even have competitiveness in the auction house? Flipping through once, he didn't see foundation establishment liquid or similar medicinal pills or liquid medicines. Jade Zhao could only grumble in his heart that the guy over in Fight's break sphere was a pure lazy dog. The last time he saw foundation establishment liquid was 8 days ago. The key was that his bid was too low, so he didn't get it. The batch he used for cultivation earlier was won a month ago. It wasn't that there were no similar medicines, but ones that were useful to him, had no side effects, and were affordable. Couldn't say there were none. It could only be said that there was a reason why his root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup sold so well at the auction house. 100,000 year soul spirit emerald swan, starting price 60,000. 3-part unified chi including heavenly frost fist, wind god kick, cloud parting palm, starting price 5,000. Transferred sealing scroll, Koto Amatsukami version, starting price 8,000. Jade Zhao favorited and bid on them in sequence, while also placing bids on several other items he liked. What if he snagged a bargain? His total bid amount had long exceeded his savings, but placing a bid did not mean winning the auction. Even if he exceeded it, it didn't matter. Worst case, he could take out a loan from the auction house and pay it back slowly. He still had a 50,000 loan quota. Chapter 2, Dugu Yan's envy, soul spirit snow ginseng baby. Jiao Jiao, I knew you'd be here. A half-grown girl came running over with a chuckle, her deep purple short hair shimmering with a faint light, and her viper-shaped earrings jingling as she ran. Here, this is for next month's medicinal soup. White light flashed from the bracelet on her wrist, and a massive jade box, 4 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 50 centimeters high, landed on the ground, its biting cold bending the grass beneath it. This was a storage spirit tool. So big, Zhe Jiao was surprised. Yep, a snow ginseng with 7,000 years of medicinal efficacy. How's that? Dugu Yan smiled as she opened the jade box lid. Is big sister good to you or what? The two had an agreement. Every time Zhe Jiao provided Dugu Yan with a month's supply of root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup, Dugu Yan would give Zhe Jiao 1,000-year snow ginseng as payment. As for how many thousands of years specifically, that depended entirely on the young girl's mood. If she was happy, it could be close to 10,000 years, if not, around 3,000 years. No matter what, Zhe Jiao made a guaranteed profit without any loss. Big sister is the best. Zhe Jiao grinned and raised his hand to summon his spirit. Bittersweet ginseng turtle soup. As Zhe Jiao chanted the spirit incantation, a deep yellow spirit ring appeared. The phantom illusions of an ice blue snow ginseng and a white jade dragon turtle surfaced over his hands, their scales and ginseng roots vividly detailed, turning into golden specks of light that fell into a white jade porcelain bowl in front of his chest. Inside the translucent amber liquid, the white turtle and snow ginseng floated and spiraled around. A snow ginseng baby about 30 centimeters tall materialized on Zhe Jiao's shoulder, wearing a small green vest. Its entire body was crystal clear and snow white, glowing with a soft light as its spirit power resonated with Zhe Jiao's. It pointed with its chubby little hand. A blue and white light shot from its fingertip into the bowl, rippling the medicinal soup. The white Jade Dragon Turtle shadow solidified a bit more, and the snow ginseng gained an additional streak of golden patterns. Wow! Dugu Yan's beautiful eyes lit up. No matter how many times I see it, little brother, your soul spirit is still so adorable. Hearing this, the snow ginseng baby showed a charmingly naive smile on its round face, its tiny black bean-like eyes looking lively toward the opened cold jade box. Go ahead and eat. Zhe Jiao chuckled and patted the snow ginseng baby. The 1,000-year snow ginseng was traded for specifically to feed it. Soul spirits could evolve. As long as it continuously ate snow ginseng, the 2,000-year snow ginseng baby would sooner or later evolve into a 100,000-year soul spirit. The contract Zhe Jiao signed with the snow ginseng baby was a soul spirit contract purchased from the auction house, modified by Huo Yuhao, a transmigrator from a certain Douluo second world. The age of the spirit ring could increase along with the age of the soul spirit. Bought along with it was a flesh Ganoderma soul spirit, whose age was close to 10,000 years. The package cost a total of 8,000 auction coins. For Zhe Jiao back then, who didn't yet have his first soul skill to generate income, it pained his heart for a long time. Those 8,000 auction coins were begged from his older brothers and sisters by trading away things like storage spirit tools, mithril, dark steel, meteoric iron, and so on. Thinking back, it was full of hardship. The snow ginseng baby didn't care what Zhe Jiao was thinking right now. After getting his permission, it burrowed into the cold jade box and started devouring. It was a full-on vacuum inhalation. Snow ginseng baby, I'm effing munching, munching, munching. Eating along the edges and following the root whiskers like slurping noodles. Its brain completely lacked any concept of cannibalism. While the snow ginseng baby was devouring, Dugu Yan wasn't idling either. So bitter. Pinching her nose, she downed the third mouthful of snow ginseng soup, her fair brow furrowing into a knot. Sticking out her tongue, she endured the bitterness and continued chugging in big gulps, as if rushing to an execution. Seeing the snow ginseng baby giggling while holding a ginseng root, Dugu Yan put her hands on her hips in a huff, baring her canine teeth to make a fierce face to scare it. You little thing, how dare you gloat. Believe it or not, next time I'll mix coptis into your 1,000-year snow ginseng. The snow ginseng baby wasn't scared of her at all, continuing to eat the ginseng roots with a giggling smile. HMPH. Finding no fun in it, Douluo Yan gulped down the rest of the snow ginseng soup and sat cross-legged on the lawn to begin refining the medicinal efficacy. Her deep purple short hair fluttered without wind, the ends shimmering with a faint light. Teal jade phosphor snake scales appeared between her eyebrows, fine scales slowly covering her face and reflecting an iridescent glow under the morning sunlight. A bright yellow spirit ring surfaced under her feet. Emitting a soft glow, it blended harmoniously with the dark green light swirling around her body. As the spirit ring hummed, the medicinal efficacy within her body was drawn out and refined in an orderly manner. Douluo Yan kept her eyes tightly shut, her brow slightly furrowed, as she focused entirely on circulating spirit power through her body. Jade shook his head, walked over to sit under a nearby willow tree, and continued using his consciousness to browse the items on the auction list. In any case, with the soul spirit snow ginseng baby at Douluo Yan's side and no one coming to disturb them this early in the morning, Jade didn't need to keep his eyes on her constantly. They're all good stuff. Too bad I can't afford them. Scrolling through the auction list, Jade sighed in his heart. He clicked on the soul spirit, Bilan Kiwi flower he had won in an auction a few days ago, thinking of finding an excuse to give it to Douluo Yan later. She hadn't mistreated him over the past 6 months, so he ought to give something back in return. Courtesy demands reciprocity, after all. Except for the first month when they had just met, when the root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup was so bitter that Douluo Yan sulked while drinking her medicine every day and gave him 3,000-year snow ginseng, none of the snow ginseng she sent afterward was under 5,000 years old. Moreover, from time to time, she would feed him things like Ganoderma, astragalus, hawthorn, licorice slices, and the like. Basically, as long as it was some snack Douluo gave her to eat, she would snitch a bit for him, clearly treating him like her real younger brother. Thinking of an excuse, his consciousness clicked open the details page. Soul Spirit, Bilan Kiwi flower. Origin, the unrivaled Tang sect. Final price, 1,600 coins. Description, a rare 4,000-year plant-type soul spirit containing lethal poison, quasi-immortal grade. It can absorb and release 7-fold lethal poison, corrode flesh, and paralyze nerves, while also tempering the physique and enhancing poison resistance. Seller note, excellent material for refining a 10,000 souls banner, the prime choice for expelling toxins, with miracle effects on the jade phosphor snake spirit tested. Items in the auction house all came with a quality guarantee. That was what Jade focused on. Having a miraculous effect on the jade phosphor snake spirit meant a high probability of solving the problem of Douluo Yan's spirit toxicity. Or even solving Douluo's toxicity problem. Douluo was currently in rank 88 spirit Douluo and could completely contract a Bilan Kiwi flower soul spirit when advancing to a titled Douluo to solve the problem of the jade phosphor serpent poison invading his body. That way, he would have a chance to ask him for ownership of the ice and fire yin-yang well. At the very least, he could get permanent usage rights. While he was pondering, a notification popped up on the details panel. You have successfully won the auction for transferred sealing scroll, Koto Matsukami version, 10,000-year Kongqing, Bodhi leaf, and other items. Please click to view. Did his luck explode? A smile curled up on Jade Zhao's lips. What a pleasant surprise. Transferred sealing scrolls for Koto Matsukami were unusually popular in the auction house. The starting bid was 8,000, and the final price was usually around 18,000. He had just tried bidding 15,000 earlier, and who would have thought he actually won it? And this 10,000-year Kongqing came from the Mount Shu Shanja world. The starting price was 30,000, and surprisingly he got it for 32,000. What a total bargain. Clicking in to view the details, Jade grinned with joy. It had been a long time since he landed such a huge bargain. Chapter 3, Spirit Bilan Kiwi flower. He clicked to take a look. Transferred sealing scroll, Koto Matsukami version. Origin, Naruto. Transaction price, 15,000 coins. Description, the strongest illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan, quietly altering the target's deep memories and values. Seller's introduction, the illusion content has been set. Acknowledge me as master. I guess you might need a loyal servant. This thing was disposable, but its usefulness was immense. Zhe Zhao had figured out how to use it long ago, but he just hadn't been able to bid for it. The million-year spirit ring plan could now be initiated. Deep-sea demon whale king, he tilde. Zhe Zhao forcibly suppressed the fantasies in his heart, the corners of his mouth lifting uncontrollably, wondering what kind of 4 spirit abilities the million-year spirit ring of the deep-sea demon whale king could provide him. Directly adding 4 kinds of commodities, wouldn't this income multiply several times over? The auction house pop-up window appeared again, and the root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup that had just been put up for auction had been successfully traded and credited. Transaction price, 350 coins. Transaction price, 280 coins. Transaction price, 320 coins. Saving painstakingly for half a year, and in a single day, I'm back to half a year ago. Watching over 10,000 spent and less than 1,000 credited, Zhe Zhao couldn't help feeling somewhat depressed. At this time, Du Guyan finished refining the medicinal power and walked towards Zhe Zhao in surprise. Zhao Zhao, the effect of your spirit ability is getting better and better. I feel that my spirit power has improved quite a bit again. Zhe Zhao smiled and responded, you are naturally gifted. No way. It must be because your snow ginseng baby ate the 1,000-year snow ginseng, which enhanced the medicinal efficacy of the spirit ability it assisted in releasing. Du Guyan gave a spoiled, smiling chide and sat on the lawn. Beside Zhe Zhao, older sister just broke through level 20 yesterday, and shortly she will follow grandpa to the sunset forest to hunt spirits. Zhao Zhao, why don't you come along? With your spirit ability being so effective, wouldn't it be a huge loss if I couldn't drink it during the spirit hunting? Du Guyan invited Zhe Zhao, her face full of smiles, making it clear that her intention wasn't just about the soup. Hunt spirits. Zhe Zhao raised an eyebrow and smilingly pulled out a jade green spirit ball from his embrace, inside which quietly floated a 9-leaved herb with bizarre-looking leaves that resembled human hands, yet possessed 7 fingers. Here, haven't you envied my spirit for a long time? Now you can have one too. Zhe Zhao handed the spirit ball in his hand to Du Guyan, eliciting gasps of surprise from her. A spirit. I didn't expect that I could have a spirit too. Zhao Zhao, you are so good to older sister. The surprise came too suddenly, and Du Guyan's cheeks flushed with excitement. Older sister loves you to death. Go ahead and make the contract. This is the spirit of the Bilan Kiwei flower. It can absorb and release 7 kinds of Bilan lethal poisons by itself, which matches your jade phosphor snake spirit very well. Who knows, there might even be a surprise. Zhe Zhao introduced it with a few words, explained the precautions and process of fusing spirits to Du Guyan, and conveniently put away the snow ginseng baby that had finished eating the snow ginseng along with the cold jade box. Du Guyan nodded happily. After listening to Zhe Zhao's explanation, she eagerly reached her hand into the spirit ball and began forming a contract with the spirit. Spirit power was released along her arm. Light green snake scales covered her wrist, touching the branches and leaves of the Bilan Kiwei flower spirit. A naive emotion transmitted into her mind along Du Guyan's spirit power, intertwining feelings of curiosity, helplessness, and intimacy. Come on tilde. Du Guyan opened her heart, her spirit power blending with the Bilan Kiwei flower spirit, and a jade green light enveloped her entire body. She closed her eyes tightly and entered a state of meditation. The fusion began. The branches of the Bilan Kiwei flower spread and wound along her wrist, leaving the spirit ball to climb onto Du Guyan's shoulder. The lower half of Du Guyan's body transformed into a snake tail. Her upper body was covered in snake scales, and a bright yellow spirit ring bloomed beneath her feet. Immediately following that, a deep yellow spirit ring tinged with a hint of purple fell beside Du Guyan, rhythmically pulsing along with the circulation of her spirit power. The snake scales on her body grew increasingly jade green. A small jade green flower slowly bloomed above her head, and light green poisonous mist enveloped her whole body as the small flower bloomed. The Bilan Kiwei flower spirit also underwent changes, its branches covered with dense snake scale-like patterns. The fusion was extremely smooth. It was true that the Bilan Kiwei flower was 4,000 years old. But the spirits purchased from the auction house had preset contracts, which could provide spirit rings of different ages according to the contractor's strength, and could subsequently increase the spirit ring's age based on the contractor's physical strength. Just like Jade Zhao's snow ginseng baby, the first spirit ring provided by a 2,000-year spirit was only 700 years old. According to Jade Zhao's communication with the seller in the auction house, that transmigrator from the Tang sect, Huo Yuhao, saved up auction coins for several years and directly pulled off a big move, getting a banishing card to directly banish the god realm. It was said that the banishing card originated from a large gaming world, which was essentially the embodiment of rules and could not possibly return without the corresponding summoning card. After the banishment, he attained godhood on the spot, directly interfering in empires such as the Sun Moon, Star Do, and Tianyun, achieving unification. He pioneered the spirit system, and demarcated several spirit breeding grounds, such as the Far North Ice-type spirit base, the demonic terror demon forest mental type ghost type, and the sunset forest plant type, starting a wholesale business of spirits that was extremely popular in the auction house. Because these spirits possessed intelligence and extreme plasticity, they became indispensable core materials for many evil cultivators and ghost cultivators to refine magical artifacts. On this basis, he constantly optimized the spirit contract, formulating customized versions suitable for different worlds. Zhao Zhao. Du Guyan stood up in pleasant surprise, her snake tail swaying to bind Jade Zhao, and she hugged Jade Zhao to kiss his cheeks fiercely. I really love you to death. Do you know what spirit ability older sister obtained this time? What spirit ability? Jade Zhao pushed Du Guyan away with both hands, wiped the saliva off his face, and asked cooperatively. Hee tilde. Uncontainable excitement flashed in Du Guyan's eyes, her snake tail coiling on the ground, letting Jade Zhao sit on her soft snake belly. Second soul skill, Billion Flower Seed. Normally, I can use my second soul skill to absorb and condense toxins into spirit power poison seeds, releasing poisonous mist in battle. The tiny Billion Flower Seeds will parasite onto the spirit master, and then a single thought causes flowers to bloom. Du Guyan slightly closed and opened her hands, making an exploding gesture. And most importantly, the second soul skill can absorb toxins. Older sister no longer has to worry about the toxins accumulated in her body by the jade phosphor snake spirit. Having said that, Du Guyan laughed recklessly, and the Billion Kiwei flower spirit on her shoulder also giggled foolishly along with her. Congratulations. Congratulations. Jade Zhao was also sincerely happy for Du Guyan. His consciousness clicked open the auction house to give a favorable review. As expected of the spirit wholesaler tycoon, the spirits produced were indeed top grade. Let's go. Older sister will take you to see grandpa. Du Guyan's eyes were filled with uncontainable joy. She put away her spirit, grabbed Jade Zhao's hand, and ran outside the school, eager to share this good news with Grandpa Dugu Bo. The problem of poisoning from the jade phosphor snake spirit that had plagued the Dugu family for many years had finally been resolved. Grandpa would no longer have to hide from her to secretly prepare and test medicine. Those days would all become a thing of the past. The second soul skill could not only solve her own poisoning problem, but it could even extract the toxins inside Grandpa's body. Regarding this point, Du Guyan had already communicated with the Billion Kiwei flower spirit just now. Chapter 4 Dugu Bo, Go Through Fire and Water, at your beck and call. In Heaven Do City, the Dugu residence. Ever since Du Guyan started studying at Heaven Do Academy, Dugu Bo had purchased this residence in Heaven Do City, though they did not usually live there often. Du Guyan basically lived on campus, while Dugu Bo stayed by the ice and fire yin-yang well year-round to alleviate the raging toxins within his body. A few days ago, Du Guyan broke through to rank 20 and needed to hunt for her second spirit ring. She returned home and had the estate servants send a message to Dugu Bo, and Dugu Bo had just arrived today. Receiving the news, Du Guyan looked for Jade Zhao early in the morning, wanting to drag Jade Zhao along to hunt spirits. It was quite a coincidence. As the two crossed the threshold and passed through the long corridor, they saw from afar a tall and slender, upright figure. Dark green long hair was scattered loosely, and an ancient book was held in his hands. His brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was pondering something. Grandpa, Grandpa. Du Guyan dashed and threw herself into Dugu Bo's arms. Douluo laughed heartily and affectionately patted her head, saying, Yan, you have grown taller again. Let us go, let us go. Grandpa has scouted out a 700-year-old nether viper for you. It is being kept in the poison formation, and we can go absorb its spirit ring right now. Douluo looked at Yan with gratification, feeling somewhat impatient. The ancient book recorded that the nether viper could bestow spirit masters with spirit abilities to control and absorb toxins. Perhaps once Yan absorbed its spirit ring, she could draw out the toxins in her body caused by her jade phosphor snake spirit. Grandpa, look at this. What is this? Yan smiled playfully and raised her hand to manifest her spirit. 2 spirit rings, one bright yellow and one deep yellow tinged with purple, bloomed from beneath her feet, gracefully and slowly revolving around her body. Yan, have you absorbed a spirit ring? Douluo furrowed his brows slightly. Although there was a trace of displeasure in his heart, he did not show it, asking instead with a gentle expression, what kind of spirit beast spirit ring is it? Yan beamed with joy, explaining the effects of her second soul skill in detail to Douluo, and summoned the Bilankiwe flower spirit soul to greet Douluo. The Bilankiwe flower hovered above Yan's head, revealing a silly smile identical to Yan's. Its intelligence was not high. Ever since its birth, it had been kept in captivity in the Flower Valley, and the first human it came into contact with was Yan, so it had constantly been learning and imitating her expressions and deportment. So it is a Bilankiwe flower. Douluo smiled in sudden realization. There were such poisonous herbs in his medicinal garden, but because he was not clear about their medicinal effects, he had never dared to touch them. Or rather, among those wild poisonous herbs in the medicinal garden, under the circumstance of not knowing their medicinal effects and finding no introduction in ancient books, Douluo never dared to touch any of them. Afflicted with the jade phosphor snake venom, he deeply knew that once some poisons were contaminated, they were completely irresolvable. In case he were to be poisoned to death, who would take care of Yan? Good. Very good. Douluo laughed, looking up at the sky, tears glittering at the corners of his eyes. Your spirit poison has been resolved. Yan, from now on you can cultivate with peace of mind, and you will not have to endure the pain of toxins entering your body like Grandpa anymore. That is wonderful. Douluo looked at Jade with a face full of gratitude, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye the more he looked. Jade, your kindness to our Yan is deeply etched in this old man's heart. As he spoke, Douluo performed a grand heaven do bow toward Jade. Senior, you flatter me. Jade smiled and waved his hand. Sister Yan and I are old acquaintances. Naturally, I hope she can live smoothly and worry-free. I am very glad I could help. Douluo straightened his body, his gaze burning and solemn as he said, such great kindness, how can you call it an exaggeration? Yan is this old man's hope in life. You resolved the trouble of her spirit's toxins. To the Douluo family, you have the grace of a second birth. This wishful 100 treasure purse was obtained from my early years of exploration. It is able to store living things. As he spoke, Douluo pulled out a light blue leather pouch from his bosom and handed it to Jade. It was about the size of 2 palms, the kind hung at the waist, resembling a sachet. Inside are some herbs I picked and cultivation methods for rare poisonous herbs. This old man observed you trading the snow ginseng with Yan earlier, so you should be interested in these. I hope it can be of some help to you. Jade made a slight gesture of declining, but Douluo forcefully shoved it into his hands. Take it. In my life, Douluo, I am clear about gratitude and grudges, and kindness must be repaid. If you need herbs in the future, come look for me. As long as this old man has them, they will all be yours. Then I will not stand on ceremony. Jade eyes lit up as he raised his hand to summon the snow ginseng baby. Come, greet our major financial backer, Senior Douluo. The snow ginseng baby popped out from Jade's shoulder, its round face revealing an endearing and naive smile, making Douluo's heart burn with fervor. This spirit soul of yours. That is right. Before Douluo could ask, Jade nodded and said, I can create spirit souls, but please, Senior Douluo, do not spread this outside. Rest assured, this old man understands. Douluo Bo nodded solemnly. If we can find a Bilan Kiwi flower, I can make it into a spirit soul. Form a contract with you, and provide your 9th spirit ring. The spirit ability should be the same as Sister Yanyan's. Really. It was not that Douluo Bo did not believe it, he just wanted to confirm it once more. Seeing Jade Zhao nod, joy that could not be suppressed appeared on his face, making the man seem much younger. My medicinal garden has this Bilan Kiwi flower. If it can truly solve the problem of my spirit being poisoned, from now on, I will go through fire and water, at your beck and call. Then shall we go now? Jade Zhao revealed his true purpose. Only by seeing the ice and fire yin-yang well could he talk with Douluo Bo about its ownership. Let us go. Douluo Bo was also a decisive and prompt person. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the two away from the residence and headed straight for the sunset forest. Along the way, he kept introducing the herbs in the medicinal garden to Jade Zhao. He even boasted that as long as Jade Zhao needed them, he could take and pluck whatever he wanted. If something was not inside the medicinal garden, he would find a way to get it and replant it in the garden for Jade Zhao's use. Jade Zhao explained the contract process and precautions of spirit souls to Douluo Bo, and inquired about Douluo Bo's current spirit power rank. This old man is currently a rank 88 spirit Douluo. Within 2 years, there is definitely hope for a breakthrough to rank 90. Douluo Bo spoke with absolute certainty, full of confidence in himself. According to him, if it were not for suppressing his spirit power all these years in order to alleviate the jade phosphor snake venom in his body, he would have broken through to a titled Douluo long ago. Not long after, the three arrived in a dense forest. Beneath their feet was a hill about 500 meters high. Along the way, they even encountered the nether viper that Douluo Bo had mentioned earlier for Douluo Yan's 2nd spirit ring, being raised in the poison formation. Standing at the top of the mountain, and looking down, inside was an inverted conical mountain col, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Thick hot air rose, carrying a bit of the unique smell of sulfur. Is this your medicinal garden? Jade Zhao feigned surprise, providing full emotional value. Now it is yours. Douluo Bo laughed heartily, grabbed Jade Zhao and Douluo Yan by the back collars of their necks with both hands, leapt into the air, and jumped into the valley. Looking out at a glance, it was dazzling, with plants of various colors spreading all over the valley. At the very center was a hot spring. The spring water was divided into 2 colors, milky white and vermilion, distinct and non-infringing upon each other, splitting the hot spring into 2. Herbs of all shapes and sizes grew wildly around it, every single one of them a rare treasure. Chapter 5 Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. This is the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. Jade Zhao sighed inwardly. After planning for a whole year, he finally got to see what the ice and fire yin-yang well looked like. It wasn't easy. Ever since he opened the Heaven's Auction House after his spirit awakening, Jade Zhao had been plotting how to use the existing resources of Douluo Continent to improve his aptitude. It wasn't that the medicinal pill in the auction house were unaffordable, but rather that the immortal herb of Douluo had a better cost-performance ratio. Immortal herbs in the auction house casually started at 50,000 auction coins. It was more cost-effective to plan how to demand the ice and fire yin-yang well from Douluo Bo. Exquisite tulip. Kirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Ink jade divine bamboo. Quote. Jade Zhao muttered under his breath, and upon hearing this, Douluo Bo exclaimed, "You recognize these herbs?" Of course. Jade Zhao raised his head and said, "There is an ancient book in my family's library that records various immortal herbs in detail, complete with illustrations and descriptions. It is truly fascinating. What fate." Douluo Bo sighed deeply, little knowing that the ancient book in Jade Zhao's home was specially purchased from the auction house by him and then placed into the library to fabricate a reasonable origin for his knowledge of immortal herbs. Immortal herbs. Yes. Immortal herbs have mild medicinal properties, are easy to absorb, enhance aptitude, and have no side effects. Jade Zhao introduced, Sister Yanyan's soul spirit is made from the quasi-immortal herb Bilan Kiwi flower. If its flowers bloom in 9 colors and its leaves have 9 fingers, it means it has transformed into a true immortal herb, the Jade Phosphor 9 Absolutes flower. Are you talking about this kind? Douluo Bo walked over to a corner, pointing at an emerald green plant growing in the dark, damp soil and asked. Zhe Zhao stepped forward and took a closer look. Sure enough, it was the Jade Phosphor 9 Absolutes flower. Senior really has great luck. Compared to quasi-immortal herbs have a qualitative leap in medicinal efficacy. The spirit ring provided after turning it into a soul spirit will definitely be above 100,000 years. Zhe Zhao bluffed with a straight face, mainly because in the auction house, the soul spirit of the Jade Phosphor 9 Absolutes flower was never lower than 100,000 years. Really? Douluo Bo was overjoyed, not expecting that in his lifetime, he would not only witness the Douluo family's spirit poisoning problem being resolved, but also possess a 100,000-year spirit ring. Absolutely true. It's just that making this soul spirit takes time, and the process is complicated. Besides, there is only this single Jade Phosphor 9 Absolutes flower, and no mistakes can be tolerated. Zhe Zhao calculated silently in his heart. In the auction house, the starting bid for an immortal herb was 50,000 coins, and a 100,000-year soul spirit of the Jade Phosphor 9 Absolutes flower probably cost around 80,000 coins to secure. It was just a matter of selling 2 immortal herbs. But he couldn't make it look too easy. Things obtained too easily were often not cherished. Although he understood Douluo Bo's character from the anime and novels, human nature was complex and fickle, and Zhe Zhao always preferred to act in a safe manner. That is only natural. Douluo Bo hurriedly nodded. This old man might not even break through to rank 90 within a year, so take your time, there's no rush. Not necessarily. Zhe Zhao shook his head and walked up to an 8-petaled immortal orchid. By taking this immortal herb, the 8-petaled immortal orchid, you can break through to rank 90 today. 8-petaled immortal orchid. Yes. Its medicinal properties are mild, rich, and easy to absorb. It can consolidate your foundation and nourish your origin, remove impurities in your body, and after ingestion, it can also have a certain cleansing effect on the toxins intertwined with your spirit power within your body. Zhe Zhao introduced, pointing at the crystal-clear, snow-white 8-petaled immortal orchid whose petals were trembling slightly. Give it to Yan Yan, Douluo Bo said without hesitation. Even without this immortal herb, this old man can still break through to rank 90. The problem of spirit poisoning can be solved by the Jade Phosphor 9 Absolutes flower soul spirit. It would be a waste for this old man to eat this 8-petaled immortal orchid. As he spoke, Douluo Bo pushed Douluo Yan toward Zhe Zhao. Yan Yan, you eat it. Senior does not need to decline. There are dozens of immortal herbs here. That Kiluo tulip is graceful and luxurious, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth as well as the glory of the sun and moon. Perhaps it can cause Sister Yan Yan's spirit to undergo a transformation. Zhe Zhao walked to the side and continued to introduce. And this Earth Dragon Golden Melon is also a top-tier immortal herb. It strengthens the spirit power rank, makes up for foundation defects, promotes the evolution of snake and dragon-type spirits, and enhances bloodline purity. There is a huge probability that it will allow Sister Yan Yan's spirit to transform from a snake into a flood dragon. Zhe Zhao shook his head and sighed, to think you are guarding a treasure mountain in vain without knowing it. With so many immortal herbs here, you were actually still worrying about Sister Yan Yan's spirit poisoning problem. There are more than a dozen immortal herbs that can solve this problem. That one, Jushao Cloud Mist Ganoderma. This one, Chixia Jilin Epiphyllum. Golden Thread Cascutta, 9 Apertures Exquisite Fruit, Look Through Autumn Water Dew. Just taking a casual walk, he could pass by several familiar immortal herbs. The ancient books in the auction house were much more detailed than the descriptions in the original work. Zhe Zhao sighed inwardly while identifying them. Among the so many immortal herbs in the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well, the original work only mentioned a few. As for the rest, he didn't know if they were collected by Tang San, or if he didn't recognize them either and used them all to refine his crappy Yama invitation. What a waste of heaven's treasures. How could this old man recognize so many? Listening to Zhe Zhao's lecture, Douluo Bo gave an embarrassed smile. There is only one of each of these herbs, and there's no way to find someone to test the medicine on. I can only let them grow there while cultivating some herbs and poisons that this old man needs. I'll introduce them one by one. Is it okay to take a few immortal herbs for my family? Zhe Zhao negotiated. Previously, Douluo Bo said that the herbs in his medicinal garden could be taken casually, but that was said when he was unaware that there were immortal herbs and their medicinal effects inside. Jade couldn't shamelessly take him up on that literal promise. Hearing this, Douluo Bo waved his hand generously. Aside from this 8-petaled immortal orchid and the immortal herbs Yan wants to eat, you can take whatever else you want. This old man means what he says. Since I said this medicinal garden is given to you, then it is yours. This old man is solitary and doesn't need so much. Just leave some that Yan can use. Douluo Bo did not deny his previous words because of the value of the immortal herbs. Thank you, Senior. Jade cupped his fists. Action spoke louder than words. He would prove it with his deeds. He would definitely buy the best 100,000-year Jade Phosphor 9 Absolute's Flower Soul Spirit, and allocate some of his usual cultivate resources to Sister Yan as compensation. Douluo Bo treated him with sincerity, so he couldn't let him suffer too big a loss. Jade walked around the ice and fire yin-yang well, picking the immortal herbs one by one according to the harvesting methods in the ancient book while leaving seeds behind, storing them inside the wishful 100 treasure purse. While picking them, he introduced them to Douluo Bo. This is the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone. This is the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. The Yearning Heartbroken Red. The octagonal mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot delicate could not be stored after being plucked, so Jade ostensibly put both into the wishful 100 treasure purse, but actually uploaded them directly to the auction house. The coins exchanged from the 2 immortal herbs would be just enough to buy the Jade Phosphor 9 Absolute's Flower Soul Spirit for Douluo Bo. Setting it up simply, the 2 were auctioned separately. Octagonal Mysterious Ice Grass. Origin: Douluo Continent. Starting bid: 50,000 coins. Description: an ice attribute immortal herb growing in the ice and fire yin-yang well. Its medicinal properties are extremely cold. After ingestion, if one can resist the erosion of the cold poison, it can greatly enhance ice attribute affinity and grant immunity to a certain degree of fire attribute attacks. Seller's note: the cold poison is fierce, use with caution. It is recommended to take it together with fiery apricot delicate. Chapter 6, Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Plus Look Through Autumn Water Dew. Fiery apricot delicate vegetable. Origin: Douluo Continent. Starting bid: 50,000 coins. Description: a fire attribute immortal herb growing in the ice and fire yin-yang well. Its medicinal properties are fierce. When taken simultaneously with the octagonal mysterious ice grass, it achieves the ice and fire forged golden body. Seller's remarks: alchemists and medicine refiners can take it to explore its medicinal properties and develop new pill formulas. The transaction price of an immortal herb was around 60,000 coins. Selling these 2 would probably require adding a bit more to secure the best Billion 9 Absolute Flower Soul Spirit. Therefore, Jade chose to continue listing items. He took 6 special immortal herbs with unique medicinal properties or harsh usage conditions, such as the Snow White Swan's Kiss and the Yearning Heartbroken Red, to auction. A huge windfall. Jade rejoiced in his heart and turned to look at Douluo. Sister Yan, have you decided which immortal herb to take? The Kiluo Tulip. Douluo squatted in front of a flower blooming brilliantly like golden flames, captivated by its slender posture. The petals had distinct layers, delicate as brocade, and colorful like flowing clouds. The purplish red and golden glows intertwined at the stamens, making it both elegant and noble. There is no need to pluck it, just gently inhale the stamens. Slowly ingest its essence into your body, then cultivate your spirit power and proceed slowly, allowing the medicinal effect to spread throughout your entire body. All right. Hearing this, Douluo responded, stood up into a half squat, leaned close to the stamens, and began to take it. Jade raised his head to look at Douluo Bo. An immortal herb can only be taken once in a short period, otherwise the medicinal properties will conflict. Since Sister Yan has made her choice, I would like to take this Earth Dragon Golden Melon back for my father. What do you think, Senior? Just take it, there is no need to ask this old man. Douluo Bo waved his hand, cleared a clean area on the ground beside Douluo, sat down, and acted as a protector for Douluo. Isn't this to show respect to you? Zhe Zhao smiled cheerfully, turned back, and picked the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. Walking up to the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo, he wrapped his spirit power around the entire Ink Jade Divine Bamboo and, following each bamboo joint, pierced small holes with his spirit power. Ink-like juice slowly flowed out, carrying a jade-like luster. Wrapping it with spirit power, Zhe Zhao went to the look-through autumn water dew, bent the grass blades, retrieved the dewdrop, and then summoned his spirit. Bitter to sweet ginseng turtle soup. Zhe Zhao softly chanted the spirit incantation, and his spirit emerged. The ginseng and turtle were fully apparent in the white jade bowl, and a faint medicinal fragrance permeated the air. He poured the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo juice and look-through autumn water dew into it together, then threw his head back to ingest it, sitting cross-legged on the spot to refine it. The Ink Jade Divine Bamboo enhanced his physique. The look-through autumn water dew enhanced his mental force. The two could be said to complement each other, greatly improving Zhe Zhao's current state. As for why he didn't eat the octagonal mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot delicate vegetable to perform the ice and fire forged golden body. Zhe Zhao was not stupid. Working himself to death yielded little improvement. Immunity to fire, immunity to ice, and things like that, as a food-type soul master who didn't even fight, what use were they? It wasn't as great as the spirit power and physique boosted by the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo. Most importantly, he didn't have to suffer. The root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup mixed with the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo juice and look through autumn water dew entered his mouth together, sliding down his throat. Bitterness rushed to his head, causing his spirit to jolt. Immediately, a refreshing sensation spread throughout his entire body. Zhe Zhao only felt his mind becoming increasingly lucid. His chaotic thoughts became incomparably clear, and his perception of the surrounding environment became much sharper. The surging medicinal power dissolved within his body. It surged fiercely, sweeping through all his limbs and bones. The gentle medicinal power drove his spirit power, circulating through the meridians all over his body, continuously widening and strengthening them. The spirit power within his body flowed through the meridians like a spring tide breaking ice, resembling babbling running water. A sudden warmth arose at his dantian. His spirit power suddenly accelerated, driving the eruption of qi and blood throughout his body. Faint cracking sounds came from the governor and conception meridians, but there was not the slightest pain. Instead, they became increasingly flexible under the infiltration of the medicinal power. Level 20. Zhe Zhao chuckled inwardly. What if his innate spirit power was only level 6? With immortal herbs as a foundation, coupled with some auxiliary cultivation medicinal pills from the auction house, his future cultivation speed would definitely far surpass those so-called innate full spirit power individuals. Furthermore, level 20 meant he could develop new soup medicines to list on the auction house to generate revenue. Unfortunately, level 20 is still a bit too weak. Zhe Zhao sighed inwardly. Even if I could use Koto Amatsukami to control the deep-sea demon whale king into making a sacrifice, it is hard to find his figure in the vast ocean, and any casual storm would be too much for me to handle. In Zhe Zhao's preconception, around level 39, he could go look for it in the sea. Making the deep-sea demon whale king his 4th or 5th spirit ring would be just right. No rush. Zhe Zhao's thoughts flew wildly, and his sea of consciousness expanded with a roar. He felt as if he had received divine enlightenment, and his mental force underwent a qualitative change. Opening his eyes, a trace of deep blue flashed through the depths of his pupils. His vision improved significantly, allowing him to see the leaf veins on distant mountain peaks clearly. His mental force radiated outward, shrouding within 3 feet around him with microscopic clarity. He took out a soul spirit ball. It was precisely the nearly 10,000-year soul spirit, Flesh Ganoderma, auctioned off last year along with the snow ginseng baby. It was true that a soul spirit could provide 2 to 3 spirit abilities. But for Zhe Zhao, the soup medicine effects summoned by different spirit abilities provided by the same soul spirit would have some overlap, making the cost-effectiveness low. There was a limit to soul spirit contracts. But Zhe Zhao didn't need every spirit ability to be provided by a soul spirit. Inside the soul spirit ball, the earth-brown flesh Ganoderma was joyful and active. Every gill was trembling, rolling out bursts of spiritual mist. Come, Zhe Zhao called out in a low voice. Sensing the traction of Jade Zhao's pure spirit power, the flesh Ganoderma soul spirit joyfully accepted it. Its gills rolled layer upon layer like waves, and the sprayed spiritual mist no longer dissipated. Substantial-looking mycelium wrapped around Jade Zhao's fingertips. The illusory soul spirit merged into Jade Zhao's body along with the mycelium. When it reappeared, it was already standing on top of Jade Zhao's head. Sea of Consciousness. The very instant the flesh Ganoderma soul spirit signed a contract with Jade Zhao, a vast and boundless land emerged in his glowing white sea of consciousness. Warm, heavy, and full of vitality. The main body of the flesh Ganoderma soul spirit appeared on the black soil. Its cap overlapped like auspicious clouds, its entire body circulating an earth-brown luster. And emitting vigorous life. The snow ginseng baby soul spirit landed on the cap, shaking its two short legs back and forth to welcome the arrival of the new partner. The flesh Ganoderma soul spirit seemed to be of earth attribute and life attribute, but it was actually of mental attribute. After contracting the flesh Ganoderma soul spirit, the mental force that had already undergone transformation due to taking the look through autumn water dew became increasingly rich and solid, experiencing another significant boost. Outside, Jade Zhao's spirit power surged violently. A deep and solid dark purple spirit ring suddenly rose from beneath his feet, with the phantom of a Ganoderma vaguely floating and sinking on the spirit ring. It's done. The moment the spirit ring appeared, the spirit ability and spirit incantation automatically emerged in Jade Zhao's heart. It was precisely the spirit ability he had communicated about with the flesh Ganoderma beforehand. Above his head, the flesh Ganoderma soul spirit transmitted emotions of yearning and information. The snow ginseng baby was not to be outdone. After revealing its form, it urged the energy stored within its body to elevate the age of Jade Zhao's first spirit ring. The bright yellow spirit ring was stained with purple, until it completely turned purple, reaching the upper limit of the spirit ring age that Jade Zhao's body could bear, 4,800 years. The ink jade divine bamboo rendered a great service. Of course, the 1,000-year snow ginseng that Jade Zhao usually fed, it wasn't fed in vain. The age of the snow ginseng baby soul spirit had long risen from over 2,000 years to 8,000 years. Chapter 7 Second Soul Skill, Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup. The energy fluctuations emitted by the spirit ring climbed step by step. Highly condensed, compressed, and transformed, like two purple stars, lingering around Jade Zhao with a steady and powerful rhythm. Jade Zhao let out a long breath, the faint dark jade luster beneath his stat panel faded, and his body was no longer taut. Raising the spirit ring age to the limit his body could bear. The process seemed gentle, but in reality, it made his meridians swell up all over his body. It wasn't particularly painful, but it felt uncomfortably bloated. It was just like being overstuffed. It required a period of digestion. Fortunately, Jade Zhao could vent the excess spirit power in his body by releasing spirit abilities. Second Soul Skill, Moderate Saltiness Ganoderma Turtle Soup. Jade Zhao chanted the spirit incantation, and an earth-brown dragon turtle soup hovered in front of him. Steaming hot, an indescribable bizarre fragrance mixed with the fragrance of soil hit his face. Inside the bowl, the white jade dragon turtle exposed its plastron, and several petite Ganoderma floated up and down in the soup, exuding a condensed and calming aura. Different from the bitterness of the first soul skill, the taste of this second soul skill should be earthy and salty. Jade Zhao thought in his heart, picked it up, and took a sip. As expected, a strong earthy smell rushed straight to his celestial cap along his throat. It was indeed moderately salted, except that this earthy taste became more and more heady. Awesome. Jade Zhao's mental force shook, and his already solid sea of consciousness slowly expanded under the action of the spirit ability's medicinal power, growing a fraction larger again. At the same time, a brown phantom of a dragon turtle carrying Ganoderma appeared above Jade Zhao's head, capable of blocking one mental attack within a quarter of an hour. Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup is just the effect I want. Under the shroud of the phantom, it could dispel distracting thoughts, stabilize the mind, greatly enhance the concentration and recovery speed of mental force, and permanently improve mental force. Although the enhancement effect was weak, this was only a millennium-level spirit ability. When the spirit ring age was raised to 100,000 years, that enhancement effect would be quite considerable. Zhe Zhao clicked his tongue continuously. Experiencing the medicinal efficacy of the second soul skill, feeling the tranquility and concentration of his mind, a satisfied arc curved up the corner of his mouth. Stable. Continuously releasing the second soul skill, packing it into the storage spirit tool as a disguise, he actually listed it on the auction house deep within his consciousness. Let me see, how much will the starting price appraised by the auction house be? Zhe Zhao chanted silently in his heart. His consciousness filled out and edited the auction item information, and then chose to submit. Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup. Origin: Douluo Continent. Starting price: 1,000 coins. Description: Food system spirit ability, within a quarter of an hour after ingestion, dispels distracting thoughts, stabilizes the mind, greatly enhances mental force concentration and recovery speed, nourishes mental force, and is long-lasting. Seller's note: same series product as the ginseng turtle soup for strengthening foundation and cultivating origin, reputation guaranteed. 1,000 for a bowl. Zhe Zhao had thought that the value of the second soul skill Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup would be very high, but he didn't expect the starting price given by the auction house to be so high. You must know. For the first soul skill, Ginseng Turtle Soup for strengthening foundation and cultivating origin, the starting price for 10 bowls was only 100 coins. The value of this Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup had simply increased 100-fold compared to the Ginseng Turtle Soup for strengthening foundation and cultivating origin. Is this right? Zhe Zhao clicked his tongue secretly. Then he thought that his first spirit ring age had increased, perhaps the starting price of the Ginseng Turtle Soup for strengthening foundation and cultivating origin would also increase. Well, I'll test it back tonight. In front of Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan, continuously releasing the second soul skill could be fobbed off with the excuse of experimenting with the spirit abilities effects and testing the limit of the spirit abilities release times. Releasing the first soul skill and then storing it into the spirit tool would be a bit inexplicable. Continuously releasing the second soul skill 37 times, feeling that the spirit power in his body was exhausted, Zhe Zhao stood up tall and stretched his muscles and bones. Not bad. 37 bowls, more than 70 bowls can be hoarded and taken out for auction every day. However, the Ginseng Turtle Soup for strengthening foundation and cultivating origin cannot be abandoned either. To build a reputation, it is fine to still take 50 bowls of Ginseng Turtle Soup for strengthening foundation and cultivating origin out for auction every day. All other spirit power will be used to make Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup. About 50 bowls each. Zhe Zhao deduced based on the spirit power required to release the spirit ability, could he generate a revenue of more than 50,000 auction coins a day. These prices, are you sure they haven't collapsed? You don't know until you calculate, but calculating gives you a shock. Even if he sold it at the starting price given by the auction house, he could still earn more than 50,000 auction coins a day. What concept was this? The starting price of an immortal herb in the auction house was also 50,000. The starting price of a 100,000-year spirit was only 100,000. This meant, as long as he sold the spirit ability soup medicine for 2 days, he could exchange it for a 100,000-year spirit. Were these prices sure not to have collapsed? Zhe Zhao looked at the auction item details given by the auction house with a look of astonishment. The surprise came too suddenly. Ginseng Turtle Soup for strengthening foundation and cultivating origin started bidding at only 100 for a group of 10 bowls. Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup cost 10,000 coins for a group of 10 bowls. It felt a bit unreal. But the introduction details page of the auction house in his consciousness clearly stated it. One could only say that Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup was worth this price. It seems right too. Zhe Zhao thought carefully. Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup could nourish mental force, stabilize the mind, and enhance concentration. Such auction items specifically targeting mental enhancement were indeed rare in the auction house. In the past year, he had browsed the auction house list every day, and among tens of thousands of auction items every day, he had rarely seen similar auction items. Naturally, there was a reason for the high pricing. Supply and demand relationship, right? Learned in junior high back then, price increases when supply is less than demand is one of the basic laws of the quantity-price relationship. That damn knowledge is still chasing me. Zhe Zhao complained happily, care less about so much, anyway, he made a bloody profit. Those good things he couldn't afford in the past could be consumed openly from now on. He just had money, and he would just spend it. He could completely say goodbye to the hard days of saving for 2 months for a single consumption. Hiss. Long snakes hissed, and an abnormal change suddenly occurred. The thick golden light enveloping Du Guyan suddenly shrank inward, as if pulled by an invisible vortex, and the spirit power between heaven and earth surged toward her. A quiet snake hiss resounded through the bottom of the valley. Amidst the golden light, 9-colored light suddenly appeared. An illusory snake shadow appeared in the 9-colored light, instantly sinking into Du Guyan's body below. The valley returned to peace, leaving only a faint, rich, exotic fragrance lingering in the air. Yan. Du Gubo exclaimed nervously, the spirit power around his body surging, and his spirit Douluo aura was instinctively released. Senior, rest assured, Sister Yan is fine. The effect of Zhe Zhao's second soul skill was still there. Walking closer, with his mental force released outwardly, he could clearly perceive Du Guyan's condition inside the golden light. As Zhe Zhao's voice fell, Du Guyan's figure clearly emerged. She was still sitting cross-legged. But her entire temperament had undergone earth-shaking changes. The original dark purple short hair became lighter. Just a subtle change made her whole person look noble and mysterious. Her emerald green eyes were clear and bright. A 9-colored flowing light flashed deep within her pupils, fresh, pure, and faintly carrying a sense of nobility and elegance. Her skin was moist and smooth like jade, shrouded in 9-colored precious light. Grandpa. Du Guyan jumped for joy, the excitement in her voice hard to control, obviously having obtained immense benefits from the changes just now. Chapter 8. 9-colored illusory light snake. Yan, how do you feel? Du Gubo flashed in front of Du Guyan, his withered palm instinctively resting on her wrist pulse, and his spirit power cautiously probed into her body. Grandfather, I feel better than ever before. Du Guyan's face was full of smiles, resembling an epiphyllum in full bloom, graceful, luxurious, and mysteriously majestic. 9-colored brilliance bloomed. Du Guyan's figure flashed, blending into the light, and was replaced by a gorgeously colored long snake, dreamy yet sacred. Grandfather, look. My spirit has evolved. Du Guyan's tone was brisk and upward, carrying an uncontrollable excitement. The fine scales resembled gemstones, emitting gorgeous colors, deep purple, blazing red, bright blue. The 9 colors flowed ceaselessly, forming a dreamlike and illusory long snake. The snake's body was slender. The snake's head was flat. Its vertical pupils resembled colored glaze, with light flowing within, showcasing its noble essence. This is. Even with Du Gubo's extensive experience, he was so shocked at this moment that he couldn't say anything, and his entire person was dumbfounded. The spirit power perception transmitted from his fingertips told him. Not only were the meridians inside Du Guyan's body widened and reinforced, but her spirit power had also become vast and mysterious. The toxins brought by the jade phosphor snake within her body had long since vanished, replaced by a 9-colored misty chi. 9-colored illusory light snake. Du Guyan introduced with a crisp smile, you can also call it the 9-colored Kiluo illusory light snake. This is a brand new spirit mutated after my jade phosphor snake spirit was baptized by the Kiluo tulip immortal herb. Her voice carried joy and pride as the 9-colored long snake gracefully stretched its body, dazzling and dreamlike. My spirit ability has also changed along with the changes in the spirit. It is no longer spewing poisonous mist, but released in the form of light. Grandfather, look. After speaking, her snake head clicked lightly, and the bright yellow spirit ring beneath her lit up slightly, a red light bursting forth and illuminating the entire valley floor. First soul skill, 9-colored red light. The original jade phosphor red poison has turned into 9-colored red light, and the effect of the spirit ability is also different. Anyone shone upon by the red light will suffer mental stimulation, regardless of enemy or friend. Du Guyan changed the subject. However, I can actively choose whether to release the second stage effect of the first soul skill, allowing those stimulated mentally to have a 40% boost in speed and strength. A wisp of rainbow light shot out from the snake's pupils, falling on Jade Zhao and Douluo Bo. Douluo Bo might not have felt much, but Jade Zhao could clearly feel that when he clenched his fists, his grip strength had increased significantly. In other words, it just meant having more strength. Second soul skill, 9-colored cyan flower. The effect of the spirit ability is not much different from the original jade phosphor flower seed. It absorbs toxins, condenses toxin seeds, and the release method changes to hiding the toxin seeds within the cyan light to scatter them out. Anyone shown upon by the second soul skill will have toxic flower seeds planted inside their body. And then, a single thought causes flowers to bloom. Perhaps because this spirit ability was difficult to demonstrate, Douluo Yan only explained it without demonstrating it to Jade Zhao and Douluo Bo. But just listening to Douluo Yan's oral description, it was already much stronger than before. The original poisonous mist spread slowly and had a physical form, which could be evaded, dodged, and blocked. How can the current spirit ability be dodged? How can it be blocked? Without any preparation, being shown upon by the light meant getting poisoned, and then the toxins would erupt, resulting in immediate doom. It was shameless and foul playing. Simply unsolvable. One couldn't possibly wrap themselves tightly with spirit power when fighting, right? Even if it shone on a spirit power protective barrier, the toxin seeds could still absorb spirit power to bloom and consume your spirit power. Truly heaven-defying. To be fair, Jade Zhao was genuinely envious. He hadn't expected that after Douluo Yan ate the Kiluo tulip, her spirit would change so drastically that it made him want to buy one from the auction house to eat as well. Good, good, good. Douluo Bo clapped his hands and laughed loudly, carrying an indescribable ecstasy and excitement, his gaze burning and slightly frantic. A miracle. Heaven bless my Douluo family. Yan Yan, starting from you, the jade phosphor snake spirit has completely vanished. Tears streamed down old Douluo Bo's face as he thought of his only son, who was tortured to death by the toxins of the jade phosphor snake spirit. From now on, the Douluo family would never have to experience this kind of pain again. It's good that it vanished. Grandfather. The light of the 9-colored illusory light snake scattered, revealing Douluo Yan's original appearance as she threw herself into Douluo Bo's arms. Douluo Bo tightly hugged his granddaughter, his withered and thin body trembling slightly. The gloom and grief suppressed for decades were swept away under the illumination of Douluo Yan's 9-colored illusory light snake spirit. Good, good, Douluo Bo said in a hoarse voice, raising his head to look at Jade Zhao, his eyes filled with gratitude. Guarding a treasure mountain in vain without knowing it. Jade Zhao, what you said is right. Douluo Bo let out a long sigh, his thoughts complicated. If he had known earlier that the immortal herb in this medicinal garden had such an effect, perhaps. Douluo Bo shook his head. Money can't buy foresight. It is not too late to know now. Thank you, Zhao Zhao. Douluo Yan raised her head from her grandfather's arms, smiling like a flower, her words filled with sincerity and gratitude. Sister Yan Yan, you are too polite. Jade Zhao smiled slightly. This is Sister Yan Yan's choice, it is heaven's will. If you had chosen the Earth Dragon Golden Melon just now, the 9-colored Kiluo illusory light snake wouldn't have appeared, right? Without you, I wouldn't have eaten the Kiluo tulip either. Douluo Yan smiled slyly, keeping the kindness deep in her heart, and emerged from Douluo Bo's arms to say, Grandfather, guess what rank my spirit power is now? Rank 22. Douluo Bo guessed that Yan Yan's spirit power would increase drastically, but in order to play along, he still pretended not to know. Hee tilde. Douluo Yan proudly flaunted with a giggle. Rank 28, it rose by a full 7 ranks of spirit power. Soon, I will be able to obtain my 3rd spirit ring and become a spirit elder. Rank 28. Douluo Bo's voice suddenly rose. He had guessed that Yan Yan's spirit power rank would significantly improve with the help of the immortal herb. Because Jade Zhao had mentioned during his introduction earlier that the effect of the immortal herb was to consolidate the foundation, raising spirit power not only wouldn't damage the foundation, but would instead make it more stable. But he hadn't expected it to actually increase by 7 ranks. You must know that Douluo Yan was only 10 years old now. After consuming the immortal herb, her spirit power cultivation speed would also be enhanced, and perhaps before turning 11, Yanyan could become a spirit elder. My Yanyan has the potential of a titled Douluo. Douluo Bo laughed heartily. Today was perhaps the happiest day he had spent in all these years. No, not perhaps. It was simply the happiest day he had spent in all these years. Heroic and uninhibited laughter echoed across the bottom of the valley. Grandfather Tilda. Douluo Bo's unmasked, bold words made Douluo Yan immensely shy. Her fair cheeks dyed with a charming, rosy blush that spread to the tips of her ears. She stamped her feet, dragging out a long, spoiled tone, while her heart couldn't help but rejoice. A titled Douluo, one of the top powerhouses countable on one's fingers across the entire Douluo Continent, a realm that even her grandfather had not yet stepped into, yet she had the hope of becoming one of them. Chapter 9 Heaven Do Marshal's Estate. Douluo Yan's 10-year-old spirit power of level 28 made Douluo Bo proud. But upon learning that Jade Zhao was 8 years old with a spirit power of level 23, he was completely dumbfounded. 8 years old. When other people were 8 years old, they had just barely obtained their first spirit ring, right? Even for a talented youth with innate full spirit power, it was uncertain whether they would have level 15 spirit power at 8 years old. Jade Zhao was actually already a level 23 spirit grandmaster. When you reach Yanyan's age, you should have already broken through to a spirit elder. Douluo Bo's expression was complex. It wasn't that he had any issues with Jade Zhao, but simply that the amount of information was overloaded, making it hard to accept for a moment. Perhaps. Jade Zhao smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying it. After consuming the immortal herb Ink Jade Divine Bamboo, some medicinal pills that he previously couldn't take due to insufficient physique from the auction house could now be tried one by one. Give himself 2 years. What was a mere spirit elder? Even a spirit king was not entirely impossible. Senior, would you like to take the 8-petaled immortal orchid now? Perhaps your spirit will undergo a transformation just like Sister Yanyan's. Douluo Bo pondered for a moment, then turned to ask, have you finished picking all the herbs you need? Finished picking them. Then I will first send you and Yanyan back to Heaven Do Academy, and then come back to absorb this immortal herb, the 8-petaled immortal orchid. Douluo Bo's tone was solemn as he made arrangements. He was afraid that some accident would happen when he absorbed the immortal herb, causing the toxins accumulated in his body to erupt and lead to irreversible consequences. After calling Jade Zhao aside and giving him a few special instructions, Douluo Bo grabbed Jade Zhao and Douluo Yan one in each hand. Leaping and stepping continuously up the cliff walls to jump out of the bottom of the valley and leave the sunset forest. Heaven Do Marshal's estate. As soon as Jade Zhao entered the door, Steward Afu greeted him and smiled with relief. Young Master Zhao, the person you previously instructed us to find has been found. He is right in the front courtyard guest room. When do you plan to go see him? Oscar has been found. Jade Zhao raised an eyebrow, a trace of pleasant surprise flashing in the depths of his eyes. Ever since his spirit awakening began last year, he had arranged for Afu to send people to look for him near Soar City in the Balak Kingdom. He hadn't expected that after half a year, there would finally be a result. Yes. Afu nodded in confirmation, adding, Spirit sausage, innate full spirit power, all the characteristics match. He is the exact person young master is looking for. Then have him wait for a bit. Jade Zhao smiled and waved his hand. I have more important matters right now. Once I finish, I will go see him tonight. Understood, young master. Afu respectfully acknowledged and retreated to the side. Sausage specialty, Oscar. Jade Zhao silently recited this familiar name in his heart, walking with brisk steps toward the backyard. Among the original Shrek 7 devils, Jade Zhao liked him the most. Second was Zhu Zuqing. It was a pity that ever since Zuqing performed the spirit fusion ability with Dai Mubai, she seemed as if she had been cursed by a voodoo spell, which made Jade Zhao extremely regretful. Only Oscar remained consistent throughout. Entering Shrek Academy at 9 years old, his classmate Ma Hongjun frequented brothels every day, and 2 years later came Dai Mubai, who was promiscuous and liked opening rooms. Placed in such an environment, he was able to hold fast to himself, which showed his ironclad willpower. Furthermore, his own appearance was extremely good. If he truly wanted to indulge, he could play even wilder than die. Mubai. But he didn't do that. Instead, he chose to be unkempt, hiding his appearance behind a face full of scribbled, messy beard. Tang San boasted of his own ice-pure and jade-clean nature, but in reality, among the 7 devils, Oscar was the truly ice-pure and jade-clean one. He liked Ning Rongrong, so he pursued her openly and frankly. As a food-type soul master unable to protect the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he worked hard to improve himself, racking his brains to make himself possess combat power comparable to a battle-type spirit master of the same rank. This kind of resoluteness. This kind of perseverance. Anyway, when Jie Zhao was reading the novel back then, upon reading about the gathering of the 7 devils 5 years later, when Oscar returned from the frozen forest with the spirit ability of the mirror sausage, he was completely won over by him. Good talent. Clear-headed. Has ideas, perseverance, and execution capability. If the Asura god hadn't intervened with Tang San's appearance, perhaps Oscar would have been the predestined protagonist and child of luck of Douluo Continent. Little brother. A tall girl in the backyard exclaimed, putting down the watering can in her hand, "Why did you come back today?" "Of course it's because there's good news, second sister." TCH. The girl called second sister curled her lips. "All you do all day is scheme for your older sister's pocket money. What good news could you possibly have?" Jie Zhao wore a mysterious expression, grinning as he leaned closer. "I bet that in a moment, you will definitely give me all your recently saved pocket money." "Do you believe me? How is that possible?" Jie Xin put her hands on her hips, her willow eyebrows standing upright like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "The money I worked so hard to save, why should I give it all to you? Do you take your older sister for a fool? Then do you want to make a bet?" Jie Zhao's smile became even brighter, blinking his eyes and putting on a pure and harmless appearance. Seeing her younger brother like this, Jie Xin instantly raised her vigilance, looking at Jie Zhao suspiciously. "You didn't dig some pit for me again, did you? The matter of tricking me into copying your homework last time hasn't even passed yet." "I'm not trapping you," Jie Zhao said with a serious expression. "In a moment, you will definitely give it to me voluntarily, without me even needing to ask you for it." "Bragging. Who would believe you?" The girl's face was filled with disdain. She wasn't stupid. How could she inexplicably and voluntarily give the pocket money she had worked so hard to save to her younger brother? "Then it's a deal." Jie Zhao clapped his hands and said, "Whoever loses helps the other write homework for a year, how about that?" "Not betting." Jie Xin shook her head firmly like a rattle drum. "I've never won a bet with you. Do you think I'm stupid? Today I want to see how you make me, voluntarily, give you, all, my pocket money." She intentionally accentuated her tone, crossing her arms with a posture of watching a show. She had been scammed by Jie Zhao quite a bit before, to the extent that she wouldn't dare bet with Jie Zhao even on bets she was confident in. "Fine, second sister is wise." Jie Zhao wasn't annoyed either. After offering a word of praise, he waved his hand and said, "Follow me." Seeing her younger brother walking straight toward their mother's courtyard, Jie Xin followed suspiciously. "I want to see what tricks you're pulling." Their father, Jie Long, was not at home. Eldest brother Jie Yun and eldest sister Jie Shi, as military backbones, accompanied their father to train in the military camp year-round, usually only having time to go home once every 2 months. Second brother Jie Han was far away in the far north Ice City working as a mercenary, licking blood from the edge of a blade, and it was hard to catch a glimpse of him even a few times a year. Those who constantly resided at home were only first mother Madame Shui and Jie Zhao's biological mother, Lin. Jie Zhao walked with brisk steps, with Jie Xin following closely behind. The two quickly invited the 2 elders to the backyard pavilion. "Zhaoer, Exener, rushing like this, what is the matter?" Madame Shui asked gently, and Lin also cast an inquiring gaze toward Jie Zhao. "Take a look." Under the 3 people's puzzled gazes, Jie Zhao took out 3 jade boxes from the wishful 100 treasure purse and opened them sequentially, a fresh botanical aura permeating the air. Narcissus jade muscle bone, golden thread cascutta, azure cloud yarrow fruit. 3 kinds of immortal grade herbs emitted different glows within the 3 jade boxes. Chapter 10, distributing immortal herbs, jade-plumed swan, milky white, brilliant gold, and emerald green. The three colors reflected off one another, accompanied by a refreshing and exotic fragrance that drifted outward, making even the air feel somewhat fresher. What kind of flower is this? It's awfully pretty. Jie Xin's eyes lit up. The three immortal herbs, varying drastically in shape and possessing extraordinary appearances, instantly struck the soft spot of her, a flower lover. This should be a narcissus, right? She pointed at the narcissus jade muscle bone, which was crystal clear like jade and resembled a white lotus root, and asked Jie Zhao. Before Jie Zhao could answer, she continued on her own, if these are all gifts from you, little brother, then big sister can consider, rewarding you with a few hundred gold coins to buy candy. A few hundred. Jie Zhao smiled without a word, simply continuing to distribute the immortal herbs. He picked up a reddish golden vine that was curled and featured multiple layers of binding and handed it to Madame Shui. Its entire body was reddish yellow, resembling a thick golden thread. It had no leaves but flowers, which were slightly reddish white, and an assaulting fragrance. It was dotted with dozens of shriveled bean-like fruits, and its pale golden stems were densely covered with a fine red mesh. Aunt Shui, this is the immortal herb, golden thread cascutta. Immortal herb. Golden thread cascutta. Madame Shui wore a puzzled expression, obviously never having heard of any immortal herb. Correct. The immortal herb condenses the qi of upright yang, nourishes the muscles and strengthens yin, and solidifies the tendons and bones. Its medicinal properties are neutral and mellow. Not only does it have the effects of improving vision and consolidating the foundation, but it can also preserve one's youthful appearance and keep one forever young. Preserve one's youthful appearance. Madame Shui's eyes lit up, and her smile blossomed like a flower. She didn't care about immortal herbs and the like, but when it came to preserving a youthful appearance and staying forever young, she instantly perked up. Yes, Aunt Shui. Jie Zhao laughed and said, beautifying and maintaining youthfulness is merely the most trivial medicinal effect of the immortal herb. Its true value lies in condensing the spirit origin, solidifying the tendons and bones, and its ability to promote spirit evolution. You have your heart in this, Zhaoer. Without declining, Madame Shui readily accepted it with a smile. Her mind was clear and perceptive. Since Zhaoer had brought out 3 exotic flowers of vastly different shapes, he obviously had long since made plans for their distribution. There was no need for her to act coy. The facts were just as she expected. Jie Zhao immediately turned his gaze toward the narcissus jade muscle bone that Jie Xin was infatuatedly admiring, and held up the jade box to present it to his biological mother, Lin Shi. Mother, this is the narcissus jade muscle bone. Jie Zhao's voice was filled with anticipation. It is also an immortal herb. It beautifies the skin, moistens the tendons, nourishes the bones, and clears the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. With it, I believe Mother will certainly be able to break through the bottleneck of level 40 and become a spirit ancestor. Furthermore, after you obtain your 4th spirit ring, its medicinal effects will continue to manifest, nourishing your body. Actually, the immortal herb most suitable for Mother Lin Shi was the 8-petaled immortal orchid, which could make up for the problem of a food-type soul master's slow cultivation speed. However, the ice and fire yin-yang well belonged to the Douluo family after all. Prioritizing Douluo Bo's needs was only right and proper. The narcissus jade muscle bone was also not bad. Mother Lin Shi's spirit was a food system spirit, Chinese cabbage and tofu soup, or it could be called by another high-sounding name, pearl, emerald, and white jade soup. Her innate spirit power was only rank 3. A food-type soul master's cultivation speed was inherently slow, and coupled with Mother's excessively low innate spirit power, she was currently only a level 38 spirit elder. With the help of the narcissus jade muscle bone, breaking through to a level 40 spirit ancestor would be more than enough. Good child, Mother knows. Looking at the crystal clear immortal herb before her and then at her son, Lin Shi's eyes were filled with gentleness. With a warm, soft smile, she nodded and accepted the jade box containing the narcissus jade muscle bone. Little brother, mine, where is mine? Second sister Jie Xin's voice carried an irrepressible joy. The immortal flowers given to mother and second mother could both beautify the skin and maintain youthfulness. This third flower should be the same, right? Pointing at the vibrant Qingyan Shishi, which was shrouded in misty green fog, she asked, "What kind of flower is this? What special effects does it have? Could it also allow me to?" Before she finished her words, the hope in her eyes was already beyond words. Looking at her second sister's expectant little expression, Jade Zhao smiled brightly. The immortal herb, Qingyan Shishi. Replenishing qi, lightening the body. Its medicinal properties are pure and powerful. It is extremely suitable for second sister's spirit. The clear qi it contains can greatly nourish the origin and increase the speed of spirit power circulation. And its body-lightening effect can fundamentally reduce the burden on the body, earning it the reputation of keeping one youthful and light-bodied. Perhaps it can improve the fundamental limitations brought about by the malignant mutation of your spirit. Madame Shui was a noble daughter of the Heaven Dou imperial family, and her spirit was the Jasper Swan, which was an inferior spirit to the top-tier support system spirit, the Emerald Swan. The Emerald Swan spirit. It was a top-tier support system healing spirit. The Jasper Swan spirit, as an inferior spirit to the Emerald Swan, was the most common spirit in the Heaven Dou imperial family, and almost all of its spirit ability choices were aimed at group healing and group defense. But second sister Zhe Xin's jade-plumed swan was different. The spirit itself possessed no life attribute. On the contrary, its wings were light, allowing it to fly in the air without any spirit ability. It looked like a benign mutation, but in reality, it was not. Because humans and birds were not the same. The core profound truth of a true flying spirit ability lay in using spirit power to wrap, protect, and drive the body, so as to exempt it from the terrifying barometric pressure impact and air resistance during high-speed flight. Yet Zhe Xin's jade-plumed swan only had the ability to flap its wings, but could not drive her body. It could fly, but couldn't get airborne. That was her current predicament. It wasn't that Zhe Xin hadn't thought about changing it, but the three spirit abilities she chose aiming to acquire a flying spirit ability had, without exception, nothing to do with flight. It was as if the spirit preset itself to be able to fly, and thus would not generate any flying spirit abilities. And the three spirit abilities, Falling Feather, Floating Shadow, and Returning Feather, were all agility attack system spirit abilities that needed to be released during flight to inflict damage. The mismatch between her spirit abilities and her spirit was the fundamental shackle of her spirit. Really? Zhe Xin looked at Zhe Zhao expectantly. Goodness knows how desperate she had been due to the mismatch between her spirit and spirit abilities. She had long since lost heart, chosen to give up cultivating, and spent her days raising flowers at home. Cultivating was of no use anyway, it wasn't as fulfilling as tending to flowers and plants. Won't second sister know? Once you eat it. Zhe Zhao pointed at the Qingyan Shishi shrouded in the misty green fog inside the jade box, signaling her to take it and consume it. Wrap the green fog with your spirit power, and consume it together with the fruit. Pay attention, don't throw away the remaining roots and stems, replant them and they can continue to grow. Upon hearing this, the three of them finally noticed that there was a thick layer of black soil at the bottom of the jade box, and the roots and stems of the three exotic flowers were deeply buried within, protected extremely well. Little brother, you win. Zhe Xin took a deep breath, her expression moved, and she solemnly took the jade box, sat in a corner of the pavilion, and summoned her spirit. Releasing spirit power from her fair fingertips, she cautiously wrapped it around the misty, flowing green fog surrounding the Qingyan Shishi. Guided by the spirit power, she took it into her mouth along with the emerald green cloud-patterned fruit, which was the size of a pigeon's egg. You child. Madame Shui's voice carried a trace of imperceptible tremor. Before she could finish speaking, Zhe Zhao pointed at the Narcissus jade muscle bone and the golden thread cuscuta, introducing their consumption methods respectively. Chapter 11 Teote Pill. All of the golden thread cuscuta needs to be eaten. Eat the stamen of the Narcissus jade muscle bone first, then eat the petals one by one. Do not eat the rhizomes of either. Right after eating, immediately circulate your spirit power to refine the medicinal effects. Hearing this, the two of them followed what Zhe Zhao said, sat cross-legged on the stone chairs, and consumed the medicinal herbs in their hands. Madame Shui summoned her spirit, and the phantom of a jasper swan enveloped her. As the medicinal effects were continuously released, a faint, brilliant golden light emanated from her body. After Lady Lin ate the Narcissus jade muscle bone, a faint jade color spread throughout her entire body. As the medicinal effects were released, she changed from sitting cross-legged to standing upright, holding a white jade porcelain bowl that emitted a faint, refreshing fragrance. In the corner, surrounded by green mist, Jade Xin spread her arms. Her emerald green wings grew even more verdant and she waved them gently, causing wisps of chi to stir at the edges. Confirming that the three people's auras were stable and they were entering a good state. Zhe Zhao walked over to the stone steps outside the pavilion and sat down, his consciousness sinking into the auction house deep within his sea of consciousness. Marrow cleansing pill, spirit tempering pill, foundation establishment pill. With a thought from Zhe Zhao, his mind swept quickly through the favorites, lingering on those medicinal pills that had once made his heart flutter. In the past, with a tight purse, he had to carefully calculate and spend money where it mattered most. Even if he had his eyes on top-quality medicinal pills, he was afraid that due to physique issues, he couldn't consume them, which would be a waste and affect his development. Now, he could finally try one or two. However, before that, I should bid on this first. Zhe Zhao thought to himself and clicked on the details. Page of a certain medicinal pill. Teoti pill. Origin, Shanghai realm. Starting bid, 3,000 coins. Description. This medicinal pill can significantly enhance the user's digestive ability, accelerate and maximize the absorption of medicinal effects. Long-term consumption can slightly broaden the toughness of the meridians. Seller's note. The gospel of the drug-popping faction, but brother, why is your head pointy? This Teoti pill was extremely popular in the auction house, and its supply was abundant. Basically, it could be easily secured right at the starting bid. Zhe Zhao had eaten it before, and the effect was exceptionally good. Right now, there were still residual medicinal powers of the immortal herbs Ink Jade Divine Bamboo and Look Through Autumn Water Dew in his body. Before preparing to take pills, he had to have a Teoti pill first to digest them. He selected pre-orders for all the medicinal pills he wanted to buy. Waiting for the auction house list to update tomorrow morning, if the pre-ordered medicinal pills were on the list, a prompt would pop up, and he could place a bid directly then. Quite user-friendly. Zhe Zhao seriously suspected that behind this auction house, there might be some transmigration boss capable of connecting the myriad realms operating and maintaining it. Ah! A crisp and melodious cry pierced through the sky. Surrounded by green mist, Zhe Xin flapped her wings, stirring up a breeze. Her entire person soared into the air, flying out of the stone pavilion and plunging into the clouds. At times diving, at times ascending, her graceful figure shuttled happily through the drifting clouds. Without the slightest hesitation or pause, the various flight postures she had once tried at low altitudes were now executed by her to perfection. In the courtyard outside the guest room, young Oscar looked up with a face full of envy. Flight. It was a capability humans dreamed of. Little brother, you win. After a long while, Zhe Xin, having hovered and tossed around enough in the air, landed in front of Zhe Zhao, her face still carrying an unfaded blush of excitement. She solemnly took out a golden soul card from her bosom and willingly handed it into Zhe Zhao's hands. Second sister, didn't I say so? Zhe Zhao accepted the golden soul card with a smile. He was not short of this money right now, he mainly enjoyed this feeling of familial affection. Right at this moment, Lady Lin and Madame Shui, who were absorbing the Narcissus jade muscle bone and golden thread cascutta in the stone pavilion, woke up one after another. Lady Lin opened her eyes, her skin presenting a cold, lustrous jade white. Madame Shui's spirit possessed her, casting a layer of golden light over the already green jasper swan, making it appear even more sacred and increasingly close to the form of an emerald swan. The two looked at each other, both seeing incredible surprise in each other's eyes. Without exception, their originally mature and charming demeanors had now reversed time, shedding the frost of years, and their appearances suddenly became more than 20 years younger. Zhaoer, you child, how could you just use such precious medicinal herbs on us like this? Madame Shui walked quickly out of the stone pavilion, wanting to pat Zhe Zhao but unable to bear it, and in the end, she just vigorously rubbed his hair. This was originally meant to be used by people. Zhe Zhao's smile was warm and sincere. Being eaten by Aunt Shui and Mother, this is the honor of the immortal herb. You're the only one with a sweet mouth. Lady Lin walked over, her fingertips tapping Zhe Zhao's forehead, her gentle face filled with irrepressible joy. All right. The immortal herb has been eaten. Aunt Shui, mother, and second sister, continue to consolidate your cultivation. The medicinal power should not be completely digested yet, and it should still raise your spirit power quite a bit. I am rank 40. It wasn't until Zhe Zhao reminded her that Lady Lin reacted. Her eyes filled with shock as she discovered that she had already reached the rank 40 bottleneck. Aunt Lin, I am also rank 40. Beside her, second sister Zhe Xin echoed crisply. Hearing this, Madame Shui calmed her mind and carefully examined herself. A clear number emerged in her mind. I am rank 66. My goodness. This immortal herb is truly always composed. She couldn't help but gasp a breath of cold air. She had been stuck at rank 62 for more than a year without progress, thinking she wouldn't reach a spirit saint in this lifetime, but now a spirit saint was within sight. If you cultivate diligently recently, your spirit power should be able to increase quite a bit more. Zhe Zhao was not surprised by this result. Immortal herbs inherently seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Raising the spirit power rank was a basic ability. Aunt Shui, send a letter to second brother and tell him to come back early. Also, when big brother, big sister, and father return, remember to have someone go to the academy and tell me. Zhe Zhao added with a smile, they're immortal herbs, I have also prepared all of them. Okay, I will go write the letter right now. Madame Shui couldn't help clicking her tongue in amazement. She had long guessed that Zhe Zhao should still have immortal herbs in his hands, otherwise he wouldn't have distributed them so generously. But she didn't expect that he even prepared the shares of those who were away and hadn't returned. With this kind of thoughtfulness, it was hard not to love him. Then I will leave first. Seeing that matters were properly arranged and retrieving the jade box containing the rhizomes of the immortal herbs, Zhe Zhao prepared to take his leave. A Fu helped me find a food system genius with innate full spirit power. I'm going to go see him. Innate full spirit power. Second sister Zhe Xin exclaimed. You must know that the second brother with the highest innate spirit power in the family only had innate rank 9 spirit power. It really is time to go take a good look. Madame Shui couldn't help nodding. Go. If you don't have enough money to spend, remember to come get some. Thank you, Aunt Shui. Zhe Zhao waved his hand and turned around to leave cleanly and neatly. In place, Zhe Xin looked at the direction where Zhe Zhao disappeared and couldn't help praising. Little brother is getting more and more amazing now. He can take out several such precious immortal herbs. Indeed. Xin, remember Zhao's kindness to you, and don't ever forget it no matter when. Madame Shui withdrew her gaze from the moon gate, let it fall on Zhe Xin beside her who was counting on her fingers, patted her shoulder, and exhorted in a solemn tone. Mother, don't you worry. Facing Madame Shui's solemn gaze, Zhe Xin nodded vigorously. Little brother's kindness, I will never forget it in this lifetime. Chapter 12. Zhe Zhao's new philosophy of a food-type soul master. Zhe Zhao walked through the corridor and stood before the courtyard gate outside the guest room. An innate full spirit power food-type spirit. Oscar, right. Zhe Zhao pushed the door open and entered. In the courtyard, Oscar was still tilting his head back, gazing at the sky in daydreaming reverie. Startled awake, he looked toward the entrance. Who are you? I am also a food-type soul master, and my spirit is the white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup. As he spoke, Zhe Zhao released his spirit. A warm, jade-white, transparent halo emerged in his palm, rapidly solidifying into a palm-sized white porcelain bowl. The soup was thick yet as clear as amber. A miniature white jade dragon turtle leisurely swam within the soup, clearly visible, emitting a mellow fragrance that brought peace to the mind. Just smelling it made one's mental force perk up, fatigue recede, and appetite soar. At the same time, 2 circles of noble deep purple spirit rings slowly rose from beneath Zhe Zhao's feet, undulating around his entire body. 2,000-year spirit rings. Oscar's eyes widened instantly, his mouth wide open, and his entire person was stunned into shock. It was true that he was an orphan. But when he was preparing to hunt for his first spirit ring earlier, he had asked around quite a bit with hired mercenaries regarding common sense about spirit masters and spirit rings. Everyone's first spirit ring and second spirit ring were white or yellow 10-year spirit rings and 100-year spirit rings. There were no exceptions. 1,000-year spirit ring. That was the third spirit ring that only powerhouses above the spirit elder level could possess. Even some spirit elder class mercenaries with poor talent who struggled on their own had deep yellow 100-year spirit rings for their third spirit ring. But now, what did he see? A youth who looked not much older than him already had 2,000-year spirit rings. For a spirit master to possess 2 spirit rings meant that his identity was a spirit grandmaster. Oscar completely lost his composure, his face written all over with disbelief. As you can see, enjoying the thrill of acting cool, Jade spread his hands and tilted his head slightly. Do you want to follow me and hang out? Big brother. Almost blurting it out, Oscar slid and knelt down at an extremely fast speed. His voice trembled slightly from extreme excitement. He stared intently at Jade, his gaze rapidly transforming from initial shock into a nearly fanatical excitement. What was his own innate full spirit power? Big brother was around the same age as him, yet he was already a spirit grandmaster with 2,000-year spirit rings. Such a thick thigh had appeared right before his eyes. If he couldn't hug it, Oscar felt he would never forgive himself in this lifetime. Hey, Jade responded with a smile. Looking at Oscar, who had now turned into the appearance of a dedicated fanboy, a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction welled up in his heart. The third underling was in position. An absolute potential stock. A sapling for the food god. It could almost be said that as long as Oscar could live to level 90, he would definitely receive the 9 trials of the food god and then become the food god. From now on, he was his underling. Of course, if Jade had any thoughts about the god position of the food god, relying on his foundation, potential, and strength, inheriting it would be even easier than for Oscar. As for why he so generously gave away the god position of the food god. Naturally, it was because he looked down on it. How could a mere second-rank deity be worthy of him? Regarding his future god position, Jade had long since had thoughts and arrangements in his heart. His lowest choice would still be a god-king level god position like that of life. Sit. Putting away his spirit, Jade waved his hand, motioning for Oscar to sit together on the stone stool in the courtyard. All right, big brother. Oscar immediately responded, portraying the posture of an underling to the fullest, with an extremely clear positioning of his own identity. What is your first soul skill? Ah, big brother, I hadn't even had time to acquire my first spirit ring before Uncle Fu brought me here to you. Oscar summoned his spirit, and a steaming hot sausage appeared above the palm of his right hand. Big brother, look. After my spirit underwent awakening, I wanted to go hunt for a spirit ring, but I didn't have money to hire mercenaries, and I didn't want a 10-year spirit ring, so I've been saving money. Some time ago, I had just found a mercenary group and was preparing to go to the spirit hunting forest to acquire a spirit ring when Uncle Fu found me. Didn't the spirit hall deacon help you? Jade asked the doubt he had when reading the novel back then. Logically speaking, the spirit hall should have scrambled to recruit you as an innate full spirit power food type soul master, right? Oscar scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't agree to join the spirit hall. Seeing Jade's face reveal confusion, Oscar explained, my dad is in the spirit hall. He had me when he was 14 and then abandoned me and didn't care about me anymore, so I don't want to go to the spirit hall. Quote. Awesome. Although he knew about this matter from the original work, Jade still couldn't help but sigh with emotion at this moment. This reason really had no flaws. As for why Oscar's dad never appeared again in the original work, he probably perished during a spirit hunt. Judging by Oscar's talent and appearance, his dad's talent probably wouldn't be low either. Then what ideas do you have for your first soul skill? I had some before. Oscar scratched his head sheepishly, revealing a bit of embarrassment. I previously wanted to acquire a spirit ability that could restore spirit power or detoxify, so that I could mix with a mercenary group to make a living. Now I listen to Big Brother. Big Brother, please point out a clear path for me. Oscar looked at Jade with a flattering smile, his eyes filled with trust and sincerity, his body practically yearning to edge closer to Jade. I think, We food-type soul masters are different from other support system soul masters. Zhe Zhao leaned forward slightly, his words revealing a bit of seriousness. He wanted to impart his spirit philosophy to Oscar, striving to gain one more dark slave to help him earn auction coins. The spirit abilities of support system soul masters mostly emphasize instant application, and can only play their greatest role in soul fights. Even if some spirit abilities can aid cultivate, they can only benefit a very niche group of people. The food system is different. Zhe Zhao's words shifted, his eyes flashing with light. The food containing spirit abilities that we summon through soul incantations will have its effects gradually disappear along with the food's own shelf life. Take my white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup for example, the expiration time is about 2 days, so the invalidation time is also 2 days. And your sausage spirit should be able to last longer. This also means that you can choose some spirit abilities that aid cultivate like me, and then manufacture sausages with special effects to help more people. This is the true meaning of a food-type soul master. As he spoke, with a thought in his mind, Zhe Zhao summoned his spirit. Bittersweet ginseng turtle soup. Moderately seasoned Ganoderma turtle soup. Following the chanting of the 2 soul incantations, 2 rings of deep purple spirit rings flashed consecutively, and 2 steaming bowls of good-looking white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup instantly appeared before the 2 of them. Come, have a taste. My first soul skill is root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup, which gently nourishes meridians. And chi and blood, solidifies cultivate foundation, and subtly enhances physique, resistance, and recovery. My second soul skill is dragon turtle condensing spirit Ganoderma soup, which can dispel distracting thoughts, stabilize the mind, substantially enhance mental force focus and recovery speed, and nourish mental force. Chapter 13 Recommendations for Oscar's first soul skill. 2 bowls of white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup exuded a strange fragrance. One bowl was pungent with medicinal fragrance, carrying a crisp bitterness. The other bowl was steaming hot, with the Ganoderma floating and sinking clearly visible in the bowl. All right, boss. Oscar rubbed his hands, first taking that root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup containing snow white ginseng, and gently took a sip. It was soft at the entrance and smoothed down the throat in a single line. The bitterness instantly flooded his oral cavity, making him grimace involuntarily, but the subsequent warm feeling and condensed sensation of spirit power from within his body made his eyes light up. He gulped down another large mouthful, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on his face. A warm current swept through his entire body. Driven by the warm current, the spirit power within his body became exceptionally smooth, and a strange solidifying sensation came from deep within his body. Boss, your soup. Oscar pursed his lips. Following the outbreak of bitterness, a lingering sweetness echoed in his oral cavity, making him unable to help casting his gaze toward the second bowl. Drink that one first. Zhe Zhao signaled with a smile, not rushing to let Oscar express his evaluation. Got it. Oscar acknowledged, reaching out his hand toward the dragon turtle condensing spirit Ganoderma soup. This time, to avoid tasting the bitterness, he directly held his breath and gulped down a large mouthful fiercely. Clearly it was a steaming medicinal soup, but upon entering his mouth, it only felt warm. This time it wasn't bitter. It had a slightly salty taste, no different from the dough drop soup he usually drank, except that it had a rich earthy flavor that rushed straight to his crown. A sense of coolness erupted in his forehead. It instantly cleansed the miscellaneous and chaotic thoughts in his mind, as if the world had been pressed with a mute button, and his mind and spirit became clearer and more focused than ever before. The flow of spirit power. The changes in his body. The medicinal power of the root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup circulating in his body was all clearly imprinted into his mind, giving him a feeling of sudden enlightenment. His spirit became more vibrant. Oscar felt that he had never been in such a clear-headed state. Boss, your spirit ability is truly miraculous. It is simply like changing brains. Oscar couldn't help praising, and there was a bit more admiration in his eyes as he looked at Zhe Zhao. If at the very beginning he was subdued by Zhe Zhao's talent and strength, then at this moment he completely identified with Zhe Zhao's philosophy. Food-type soul masters should choose spirit abilities that assist cultivation. As everyone knows, Food-type soul masters naturally have their spirit power growth rate lag a section behind other spirit masters with the same innate spirit power rank. Food-type soul masters in the past all chose to resign themselves to fate. A little slower is slower. It is still better than having no spirit power. But, nowadays, the boss's philosophy has completely subverted this consensus of the spirit master's world. Food-type soul master's cultivation speed is slow. It doesn't matter, wouldn't it be fine if I choose to hunt for a spirit ability that can assist me in improving my cultivation speed? You say that the spirit ring I chose this way has no combat power. It doesn't matter, my spirit ability's effect can recruit countless powerful battle spirit masters for me. Their combat power is much, much stronger than food-type soul masters choosing some temporary augmentation-type spirit abilities. Under the effect of the dragon turtle condensing spirit Ganoderma soup. With his cognition, Oscar's brain operated at high speed, thinking he had figured out Jade Zhao's spirit ability selection philosophy for food-type soul masters. Little did he know, Jade Zhao simply wanted to develop a new product for the auction house to increase some income. Of course, standing from the perspective of Douluo Continent to view this matter, Oscar's thoughts indeed had no problem. Boss, you are simply too amazing. Oscar praised with glowing spirits. Your humble subordinate's admiration for you is simply like the rolling river water, endless. That's an exaggeration. It's not an exaggeration at all. Boss, you don't know, if this philosophy of yours spreads out, I don't know how many food-type soul masters will be grateful to you. Oscar waved his arms excitedly, saliva almost flying out. The spirit ability selection train of thought proposed by Jade Zhao targeting food-type soul masters had now promoted into the Jade Zhao philosophy that changed the fate of food-type soul masters in Oscar's mind. Hee. Jade Zhao watched Oscar's performance happily for a while, raised his hand to press down and said, "That's about enough. Do you want to know the boss's recommendation for your first soul skill?" "I want to. Of course I want to." Oscar danced with joy, leaned close to Jade Zhao, and his eyes were full of anticipation. "Boss, I also want to become a food-type soul master like you." "Oh no, perhaps it should be called an auxiliary cultivation-type soul master." In just a few words, Oscar changed the name for food-type soul masters. Come to think of it, if Jade Zhao philosophy, really spread, changing to this name is indeed quite apt. Jade Zhao leaned forward slightly, crossed his hands and propped them on the stone table, turning his head to look at Oscar. "I recommend that your first soul skill be the same as my second soul skill, choosing the mental attribute. Acquire similar spirit abilities such as mental augmentation and mental growth." "Do you know why?" "I don't know, boss, but I'll listen to you." Oscar blurted it out almost instantly, his tone resolute, full of trust in Jade Zhao. Without any doubt that Jade Zhao would trick him. He had already been brainwashed into a brainless fan by Jade Zhao's philosophy. To him, Jade Zhao's words were golden rules. You know, for spirit masters, the strength of physical fitness can be improved by taking various spirit beast medicinal meals and training in spirit combat, but mental force is not the case. For the vast majority of spirit masters, mental force grows naturally, accompanied by the continuous improvement of spirit power. Mental force will cross a hurdle when reaching a spirit king of rank 50. This is also why the sixth spirit ring of the vast majority of people is a 10,000-year spirit ring. Because a 10,000-year spirit ring possesses soul shock. Soul shock. Oscar's eyes were filled with bewilderment. For him, this kind of knowledge was truly too high level. Right. Jade Zhao nodded. The intelligence of 10,000-year spirit beasts is extremely high. After they die, their soul will not dissipate immediately, but will hide within the spirit ring, issuing a soul shock when the spirit master absorbs it, thereby retaliating against the spirit master. Therefore, a 10,000-year fifth spirit ring is rare. It's not that no one tried to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring at the fifth spirit ring, but that spirit masters whose mental force was not strong enough all died under the soul shock of the 10,000-year spirit beast. His tilde. Oscar swallowed subconsciously, and praised with sudden realization, "Boss, you know so much. So, do you know why I let your first spirit ring choose a spirit ability of the mental attribute?" Jade Zhao asked Oscar back with a smile. In fact, he concealed his true purpose behind this science popularization. The Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup could allow the auction house to give a starting bid of 1,000 coins per bowl, which was enough to prove the rarity of auction items effective for mental force in the auction house. He couldn't obtain a third spirit ring for a while. And under the circumstance that he didn't want the third spirit ring's spirit ability to repeat with the second spirit ability, similar spirit abilities produced by Oscar's sausage spirit would become a new source for him to increase income in the auction house in the short term. If his first soul skill sausage possessed the effect of increasing mental force or strengthening the mental origin, even if it was the output of a 100-year spirit ring, the auction house could definitely give a considerable price. Chapter 14. Douluo people do not deceive Douluo people. Of course, this wasn't scamming Oscar. The effect of the mental type first soul skill truly had a future. At the very least, after Jade Zhao took it to sell at the auction house, he would take a portion of the cut to buy some cultivate resources for Oscar. As a middleman, taking a 50% cut wasn't too much, right? Boss, I understand. A mental type spirit ability has the hope of letting us obtain a 10,000-year spirit ring by the 5th or even the 4th spirit ring, as long as our physical strength keeps up. Oscar raised his head, his eyes burning with intensity, not expecting that he, too, could be like the boss and possess a spirit ring configuration in the future that far surpassed other spirit masters. To hunt a spirit beast, I recommend you choose the Illusion Dream Fox. This was the spirit beast I wanted to hunt back before I acquired my second soul skill. It can provide spirit masters with 3 types of spirit abilities: illusion type, dream type, mental type. These 3 types of spirit abilities all share a common characteristic: they can significantly increase the spirit ring owner's mental force. Compared to Oscar's extreme excitement, Jade Zhao spoke calmly, carrying the composure of someone who had anticipated it long ago. Seriously, during the days before he successfully bid for a soul spirit, Jade Zhao frequently asked his older brothers and sisters for books on spirit beast encyclopedias and spirit ring acquisition data to read, all just to choose a suitable spirit ability for himself to achieve a heaven-defying fate change. Later, once he had a soul spirit, things were different. He could communicate with the soul spirit in advance about the spirit ability he wanted, and basically, as long as the effect of the acquired spirit ability didn't exceed the soul spirit's capability range, it would be almost spot on. Illusion-type spirit abilities. The ones provided are roughly spirit abilities that can distort the surrounding environment to achieve deception and stealth effects. It's best not to be this one. Dream-type spirit abilities. In the past, there was a spirit master whose spirit was a nightmare who acquired a spirit ability that allowed them to cultivate in dreams and then feed back into themselves. If you can obtain this spirit ability, that wouldn't be bad either. Mental-type spirit abilities. I have read thousands of cases of hunting illusion dream foxes to obtain mental-type spirit abilities, among which the mental shock type accounts for 90%. I don't know what kind of effect it will produce after combining with your sausage spirit. Of course, the most crucial part is the other 10%. The spirit abilities acquired by these people mutated to varying degrees due to the uniqueness of their spirits. Yet without exception, they were extremely compatible with their spirits. I hope the Illusion Dream Fox spirit ring you absorb can also combine with your sausage spirit, mutating into a mental type food type soul master spirit ability that suits you. After all, an innate full spirit power food type soul master has never appeared in records spanning thousands of years. You were the first, and perhaps the only one. Jade Zhao's words were firm, because he truly hadn't found any records of other food type innate full spirit power individuals appearing in historical data. Ah, Oscar was slightly dazed. Boss, aren't you innate full spirit power? He had always thought Jade Zhao had innate full spirit power. Otherwise, how could he look not much older than himself and already be a spirit grandmaster possessing 2 purple 1,000-year spirit rings? My innate spirit power is rank 6. Regarding this, Jade Zhao did not conceal or deceive, there was no point. Innate spirit power didn't represent anything. As long as one's cheat was large enough, even with rank 2 innate spirit power, one could still become a god. Right. Huo Yuhao. How could that be? Oscar widened his eyes in disbelief. Was the effect of the boss's spirit ability. He had just experienced something that an intermediate spirit with rank 6 innate spirit power could provide. It was even stronger than the third spirit ability, Cream Sweethearted Little Bread, of Sister Lee from the mercenary group's high-tier food-type spirit, Thick Bread. Nothing is impossible. Innate spirit power cannot represent everything. Your innate full spirit power is merely starting a bit higher than other spirit masters and cultivating a bit faster. As long as resources are sufficient and you cultivate diligently, everything is not a problem. Zhe Zhao shook his head, his words resonant and every sentence clear, exuding unquestionable confidence. Naturally, for Zhe Zhao to achieve his accomplishments today, it relied entirely on being fed resources and his own unremitting diligent cultivation to reach today's outcome. Neither could be lacking. Oscar nodded repeatedly, engraving Zhe Zhao's words deeply in his heart. As long as his first spirit ring was a mental-type spirit ability, he could obtain endless cultivation resources just as the boss said. It's getting late, get some rest early. Tomorrow, someone in my family needs to hunt a spirit ring. By then, I will have A Fu come call you and bring you along with them to hunt spirits. Seeing that the sky was growing dark, Zhe Zhao stood up and instructed, when you return from the spirit hunt, remember to have A Fu help you procure the title of a noble's descendant, and come find me at the Heaven Do Empire Elementary Academy then. Understood, boss. Oscar stood up and straightened his posture, his responding voice quite loud and clear. Bittersweet ginseng turtle soup, salty and savory seasoned Ganoderma turtle soup. Zhe Zhao summoned his spirit, activated his spirit ability, and left Oscar 2 more bowls of root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup and dragon turtle condensing spirit Ganoderma soup. Remember to drink it after exercising before bed, and replace sleep with meditation. Although you haven't acquired a spirit ring yet, your spirit power is constantly accumulating. Once you acquire a spirit ring, this accumulation will erupt. Thank you, boss. I will cultivate diligently and will never disappoint your expectations. Oscar cautiously took the 2 bowls of white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup, his eyes filled with gratitude and determination, while also having a slight realization in his heart. No wonder the boss could become a spirit grandmaster at such a young age. Exercising before bed, replacing sleep with meditation. The sweat and effort expended behind this were far beyond what ordinary people could reach. He must align himself with the boss. Watching Zhe Zhao's departing back, Oscar secretly made up his mind. Returning to his room, Zhe Zhao's first priority was to strip off all his clothes and then soak in a bath in the bathtub. After drinking the ink jade divine bamboo, his body felt sticky. But he never had time to clean up. He was either on the road or had more important matters to attend to, and only now did he have free time. In the cool, clear water, Zhe Zhao immersed his entire body. His consciousness clicked open the auction house, found the chat history page with the merchant from when he last purchased a soul spirit, and then sent a message. Are you there? I'm here, brother, I'm here. The other party replied almost instantly, obviously a regular who hung out at the auction house every day. Good brother. Do you have any ready stock for a 100,000-year Billion 9 Absolute Flower Soul Spirit? The 100,000-year ones are gone. A few days ago, a formation cultivator wanted 20 strands of 100,000-year Billion 9 Absolute Flower Soul Spirits, saying they needed them as core eyes for the 1,000-thorn Gloomy Forest Poison Miasma formation, completely draining my stock. Ah, then good. Brother, when will new stock arrive? It'll probably need to be raised for a few decades. The newest batch has only just reached 70,000 years, but there is a 300,000-year Billion 9 Absolute Flower Soul Spirit. That formation cultivator thought it was too expensive. Do you want it? Want. Of course I want it. Brother, when can we trade? I can ship anytime on my end. Good brother, give me a reasonable price. Douluo people don't deceive Douluo people. Guaranteed. If brother wants it, 300,000 auction coins will do. I previously quoted that formation cultivator 500,000, I'll give you a 40% discount. Chapter 15. Good things from the Shushan Shanja world, 10,000-year Kongqing. 300,000 is a bit pricey, good brother. Old brother, it really isn't expensive. It is a small business, I am already giving old brother a breaking legs discount. This Billion 9 Absolute Flower Soul Spirit is at the Vicious Beast level, and it has even eaten life gold. The starting price appraised by the auction house is already 500,000. Good brother, wait a moment. The starting price is 500,000, and the auction house cannot change the starting price by itself. How are you selling it to me for 300,000? Hi, old brother, you don't understand this. We go to the auction venue, let's discuss it. At that time, I will designate something that nobody else has except you, and you can directly start the bidding at 300,000 along with this item to win it. 6. Jade Zhao expressed that his horizons were broadened. The rules of the auction house had practically been figured out by this transmigration good brother from Douluo 2. What the fuck was this? Wasn't this fucking just the routine of a rigged position? He really knew how to play. He really knew how to play. Jade Zhao expressed that he had learned another trick, and maybe he would use it someday in the future. As an immortal herb unique to Douluo. Okay. No, old brother. There are too many parallel planes in Douluo. Immortal herbs cannot be said to be flooding the auction house, but they are not uncommon either. Then good brother, what ideas do you have? You've mixed in the auction house longer than me, and you know more information than me. Jade Zhao replied with his thoughts. His second soul skill, Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup, would certainly work, but as long as it went on sale in the auction house, it would no longer be exclusively his. Therefore, this choice was abandoned by Jade Zhao from the very beginning. You mentioned before that your spirit is white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup, right? That's right. What level was old brother's innate spirit power? What level is it now? Good brother, I understand. Innate spirit power level 6, currently level 23, 8 years old. Alright, at that time I will set the auction requirements to require the cultivate experience of an 8-year-old spirit grandmaster with level 6 innate spirit power and a spirit of white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup. By then, you just casually post some cultivate insights and it will be fine. Good brother, you really know how to play. Hi, isn't this all experience brushed from doing part-time jobs back in college, brushing orders and good reviews for people's Taobao shops? Then it's settled. I'll apply at the auction house over here to list the 300,000-year Vicious Beast Soul Spirit, Jade Phosphor 9 Absolutes Flower, in the upcoming auction session. We'll contact each other again when the auction convenes. Oak. Jade Zhao closed the chat interface and calculated in his heart how many days it would take to save up 300,000 coins. The starting price of a bowl of Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup was 1,000. 300,000 coins required 300 bowls. But this was the starting price, and the final transaction price would generally float upward a bit, so around 100 to 200 bowls would be enough. His spirit power in a day. Excluding the fixed 50 bowls of root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup, he could still produce about 60 bowls of Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup or so. Thinking about it like this, it becomes clear. A relaxed smile hung on Jade Zhao's face. Mere 300,000 coins, at most it's just a matter of 4 or 5 days. Maybe we'll gather them in 2 days. In the auction house, auction lots that enhanced mental force were relatively rare, making it easier to generate premium prices. Jade Zhao comfortably stretched his back, taking out the 10,000-year Kongqing that he had picked up as a bargain this morning for 30,000 coins from the auction house. Milky white qi flowed within the cyan stone bead. Jade Zhao looked back at the introduction from the auction house. 10,000-year Kongqing. Origin, Shushan Shanja World. Transaction price, 32,000 coins. Description: dense spiritual qi, nourishes meridians, improves physique, enhances potential, prolongs life. Seller's note: limited quantity, do not miss out. When he got it, Jade Zhao had asked the seller about the method of consumption, which was to swallow it together with the stone bead, wait for the 10,000-year Kongqing qi to enter the body, and then spit out the stone bead fragments. He raised his hand and tossed it. The stone bead entered his mouth. Jade Zhao wrapped his teeth in spirit power and bit down hard, and a stream of icy cool liquid instantly burst open in his oral cavity. A wondrous taste welled up in his heart. It was like a clear spring in the mountains. It was also like morning dew. Carrying natural purity and freshness, it swept through his entire body, penetrated his limbs and bones, and reached his extraordinary meridians and collateral channels. Wherever it passed, his muscles and bones cracked, and his meridians expanded. An indescribable sense of comfort emanated from the inside out, feeling so good that Jade Zhao couldn't help crying out. Awesome tilde. Lazily lying in the bathtub, Jade Zhao half closed his eyes, letting the 10,000-year Kongqing flow wantonly to modify his physique. Spiritual qi curled and permeated every inch of his skin. A trace of jade color emerged on the surface of his body, and under the shroud of a pale white light, his skin became even more delicate and smooth. The meridians within his body were widened once again. Unbeknownst to him, his muscles and bones were quietly lengthened and strengthened. His youthful face began to show some sharp edges that only young people possessed, and an aura of sharpness spontaneously arose. Not knowing how much time had passed, Jade Zhao opened his eyes from a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness. The changes within his body had already tended to calm, filled with surging power. Ah tilde. It has been a long time since I felt this comfortable. A long groan sounded. Jade Zhao propped himself against the edge of the bathtub, stood up from the water, spat out the gravel in his mouth, changed the water, and washed himself once more. This time, there was no sticky feeling. After taking the 10,000-year Kongqing, his whole person felt much more refreshed, and washing again was mainly for psychological comfort. As expected of 10,000-year Kongqing, this effect is no less inferior compared to immortal herbs. Jade Zhao inspected himself. His body strength had increased by more than 10%, and he estimated that his spirit ring age could be raised by another 3,000 to 4,000 years. But these were all minor details. The most important thing was the enhancement of his potential, and the spiritual qi entrenched at his dantian within his body, which meant that he possessed the conditions to cultivate the Shangji system cultivation technique. Open double angle bracket Chongqun technique close double angle bracket finally doesn't need to be thrown into the warehouse to collect dust. Jade Zhao could not help but let out a sigh of emotion. When he first awakened his spirit, Jade Zhao relied on the gold coins he begged from his second brother and second sister to buy quite a few meteorites and strange irons. Adding everything up, he saved up 5,000 auction coins and went all in on the open double angle bracket Chongqun technique close double angle bracket in one breath. Right. It was precisely that cultivation technique that Han Li cultivated when he first stepped into the immortal path in a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, the open double angle bracket Chongqun technique close double angle bracket. At that time, Jade Zhao thought, even Tang San could roam Douluo with a copy of the mysterious heaven skill. Wouldn't an entire immortal cultivation technique make him even stronger? Who would have thought that he couldn't cultivate it at all? Jade Zhao was too busy immersing himself in fantasies, yet overlooked the fact that cultivating the open double angle bracket Chongqun technique close double angle bracket required a spiritual root. When he got it in hand, he was dumbfounded. He vainly wasted 5,000 coins, and could only throw it into the warehouse to collect dust. As for saying to refer to it for cultivation or modifying it to adapt to the spirit ring system of the Douluo Continent, he had tried. It was of no fucking use. What kind of ability did he have, trying to learn to run before learning to walk, right? Without even a tiny bit of foundation in immortal cultivation knowledge, he wanted to get his hands on modifying a cultivation technique. It would be considered good luck if he didn't suffer from qi deviation. After tossing and turning for a while, Jade Zhao honestly followed the Douluo cultivation system and cast his gaze upon soul spirits. Of course, the open double angle bracket Chongqun technique close double angle bracket hadn't been given up either. Instead, he frequently auctioned books on immortal cultivation common sense and the like at the auction house, or communicated with some easy-to-talk-to sellers from the Shangji world. Being unable to modify it temporarily didn't mean it couldn't be modified for a lifetime. As long as his accumulated knowledge was sufficient, paired with some treasures from the Shangji world that enhanced comprehension ability, Jade Zhao believed that sooner or later, he would have a day when he could cultivate. The Bodhi leaf that he had just successfully bid for and obtained this morning was precisely prepared for this. Chapter 16, Heaven Do Empire Royal Elementary Spirit Master Academy. Besides that, In the auction house personal warehouse, there were still quite a few similar comprehension ability enhancing treasures, medicinal pills, spiritual liquids, and so on. These were all preparations Jade Zhao made for his future immortal cultivation. Comprehension ability enhancing lots were relatively rare in the auction house, so Jade Zhao bid whenever he encountered them. Winning them was naturally best, but it did not matter if he could not. Anyway, he was not in a hurry to use them, so he would just slowly accumulate them, letting many littles make a mickle. These were all foundation. Even if they were not used in the future, they could still be taken out for auction. Breaking even was certain, and who knows, he might even make a little profit. After all, Jade Zhao basically bid at a price 1/10 higher than the starting price, so there was no way he would lose money. His spirit seems to have changed a bit. With a slight movement of the mind of Jade Zhao, he summoned his spirit, sensing that his spirit power within his body was still firmly at level 23, without feeling too much disappointment. Radiance flowed across his palm, and the white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup appeared within it. It was still a milky white jade porcelain small bowl, the amber-colored thick soup was clear and translucent, and the white Jade Dragon Turtle at the bottom of the soup was lifelike. Only this time, several coin-thin snow ginseng slices quietly floated on the soup surface, and a small and exquisite grayish-brown Ganoderma lay dormant at the bottom of the soup, adding a bit of embellishment to the white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup. Could it be that the spirit ring has been materialized into the main body of the spirit? Jade Zhao gazed at the changes in the bowl, took a light sip, and immediately discovered the differences in his spirit. Without activating the spirit ability, the white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup was originally just a bland thick soup, but at this moment, there were faint traces of bitterness and saltiness cleverly blended into the soup. As the soup entered the mouth, a warm and gentle current spread out from the stomach, moisturizing all limbs and bones, exactly the same as drinking the root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup. A cool sensation surged to the crown, clearly possessing the efficacy of the dragon turtle condensing spirit Ganoderma soup. The medicinal efficacy was a bit weak. But, without needing to activate a spirit ability, it naturally contained the efficacy of restoring physical strength and boosting spirit, which already made Jade Zhao feel pleasantly surprised. Is this the effect of the 10,000-year Kongqing enhancing potential? The eyes of Jade Zhao flickered with pleasant surprise. The evolution of the spirit is continuous. When I obtain a spirit ring next time, the spirit will undergo changes again. This fucking thing. It is even more heaven-defying than the immortal herbs of the ice and fire yin-yang well. It was truly worth those 32,000. A massive profit. I have really struck gold. Jade Zhao was so excited that he could not help violently slapping his thigh, his face brimming with an unbridled smile. His consciousness immediately clicked open the auction house, setting a pre-order mark on 10,000-year Kongqing. As long as 10,000-year Kongqing was listed on the auction house rankings, he would directly double the starting price, determined to win it. No other reason. It was of too much help to himself. Even the medicinal efficacy accumulated and stagnated within his body from taking the ink jade divine bamboo and look through autumn water dew was dissolved quite a bit. Although it failed to increase his spirit power. But the changes of the spirit and the enhancement of potential were far from comparable to just a few more levels of spirit power. Stretching his muscles and bones, Jade Zhao discovered that he had grown a lot taller, visually estimated to be around 1.7 meters. He had not expected that this 10,000-year Kongqing would also have a height-increasing effect. Bittersweet ginseng turtle soup, moderately salted Ganoderma turtle soup. Jade Zhao chanted the spirit incantation, starting to stock goods for tomorrow morning's auction house rankings. By the way, he wanted to see if the starting price in the auction house appraisal for the root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup condensed by the 1,000-year spirit ability had changed. Root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup 10 bowls. Origin, Douluo Continent. Starting price, 1,000 coins. Description, food system spirit ability, gently nourishes meridians and vital energy in blood, consolidates the cultivation foundation, enhances physique, resistance, and resilience. Seller's remarks, the foundation of your child is hollow and potential is insufficient. One bowl down and the foundation is solid. Starting price 1,000. The eyes of Jade Zhao lit up. The price of this root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup increased tenfold. As expected of a 1,000-year spirit ability. Those modifiers about long-term consumption in the description were also gone. Jade Zhao happily modified the seller remarks. Seller's remarks, the medicinal efficacy is even better than before, auction house quality guaranteed. Are you sure you will not come have a bowl to taste the saltiness? The modified remarks were mainly targeted at old customers. The price of the Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma soup was higher. Since Jade Zhao had extra spirit power, he would definitely prioritize the Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma soup. Continuing to sell the root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup was mainly to maintain his reputation. Production would not increase for a while. Before long, dense soup bowls floated around Jade Zhao, surrounding him tightly. With a thought, he chose to upload and submit them all, quietly awaiting tomorrow auction results. Jade Zhao sat cross-legged on the bed. Calming his mind and settling his spirit, he recondensed his spirit power and entered meditative cultivation, replacing sleep with meditation. This was not just something he said to Oscar. Ever since his spirit awakening, Jade Zhao had always been doing this. 4 in the morning, Jade Zhao opened his eyes punctually. He simply packed the clothes to be washed, gave Steward Ah Fu some instructions regarding Oscar hunting spirits and attending school with a noble identity, and then left home. Heading all the way east. The figure of Jade Zhao was like the wind. In less than half an hour time, he arrived at the foot of a mountain. Heaven Do Royal Academy was squarely situated atop the verdant mountain peak. But the destination of Jade Zhao was not it. Rather, it was the Heaven Do Empire Royal Elementary Spirit Master Academy located behind the mountain. The two academies were actually one family, collectively called Heaven Do Academy, and were also called the Noble Academy by people. It was similar to the relationship between an elementary department and a junior high department, about 20 kilometers away from Heaven Do City, and most students would choose to board. Jade Zhao was no exception. Arriving at the familiar back mountain, the sky was still early, and the morning light was faintly visible. Sniffing the fragrance of green wood permeating the mountain forest, Jade Zhao summoned his spirit, blindly injecting spirit power into it without activating a spirit ability. In an instant, the palm-sized white jade porcelain bowl swelled rapidly due to the continuous injection of spirit power, reaching the size of a bathtub, just enough to accommodate Jade Zhao lying inside. Taking out some body tempering powder, Jade Zhao began adding ingredients to the soup. 9 fragrance grass, crimson blood vine, star heaven bone extracting flower, berserk ape blood. He added a dozen or so miscellaneous items, and then wrapped the spirit white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup with spirit power, coming to the center of the lake. The white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup sank into the lake. Without the slightest hesitation, Jade Zhao skillfully jumped into it. For him, this was the top-tier mimicry cultivation environment most compatible with the white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup martial soul, capable of increasing cultivation speed by 3 times. His tilde. As soon as he entered the cultivation state, Jade Zhao discovered something was amiss. The speed of spirit power condensation and circulation has gotten faster again. Compared to yesterday morning, today cultivation speed increased by another 3 times on top of the original 3 times. The origin chi of heaven and earth surged over, as if it wanted to fiercely fill him up. There was no time for much thought. Jade Zhao calmed his heart to cultivate, urging his spirit to refine the body tempering materials in the soup, absorbing their essence to promote bodily absorption. Within the broadened and reinforced meridians, spirit power wrapped around the origin chi of heaven and earth to circulate at high speed, flowing through all limbs and bones. The medicinal efficacy continuously refined in the white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup seeped through the skin into the body, nourishing the spirit and physical body. Originally, he wanted to wait until he finished eating the peyote pill before using the medicine. Never had he expected. The 10,000-year Kongqing had dissolved quite a bit of the ink jade divine bamboo medicinal efficacy, which happened to not affect today cultivation progress. Of course, the peyote pill should still be eaten as it should be tilde. Chapter 17. To get it is my fortune, to lose it is my fate. Ripples spread across the surface of the lake. In the white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup, the amber medicinal liquid rolled endlessly, stained with traces of impurities. Zhe Zhao was just backstroking like that in the soup, closing his eyes and concentrating, motionless, guiding the spirit power within his body to combine with the external medicinal power to temper his physique. This was Zhe Zhao's daily routine. Every single day without fail, he would punctually come to the back mountain lake for a medicinal bath to practice body refining, using medicine to increase the speed of his spirit power cultivation. Normally, he would also have an extra portion of Foundation Establishment spiritual liquid to nourish his meridians. Unfortunately, the Foundation Establishment spiritual liquid was out of stock. About an hour later, Zhe Zhao opened his eyes punctually, looked at the waterproof mechanical watch on his wrist, 5:42. Fortunately, it's not time for the rankings to be released yet. The fast cultivation speed made Zhe Zhao a little addicted, and for a moment he couldn't control himself, indulging in it and almost missing the release of the auction house rankings. As usual, he withdrew his spirit and poured away the soup in the bowl. He swam in the water for a while to clean his body and swam toward the shore. The water in the lake was running water. There was a waterfall above and an underground river below, so Zhe Zhao didn't worry about issues like dirty water quality. He refreshingly shook off the water droplets on the ends of his hair, and his spirit power rose, drying the water stains on his clothes. Let me see, what good things are there today? With his hands pillowing the back of his head, he lay comfortably on the lawn, his consciousness clicking open the auction house, quietly waiting for today's rankings to make their debut. Lingxi Gu. Core Formation Secret Technique Locking Bead Curtain. Spell Elemental Spirit. Green Lotus Core Flame Seed Flame. Future Wusheng Sutra. Painted Skin Ghost Bride. Time Stopwatch Tram Series. ... Countless auction items came into view. Zhe Zhao's consciousness continuously scrolled through the rankings, and at a position around the rank of 3000 plus, he found his own Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup. Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup. Origin: Douluo Continent. Starting price: 1,000 coins. Description: a food system spirit ability. Within a quarter of an hour after consumption, it dispels distractions, stabilizes the mind, greatly enhances mental force concentration and recovery speed, nourishes mental force, and is effective long-term. Seller's remarks: the same series of products as the ginseng turtle soup for solidifying the foundation and nourishing the origin, reputation guaranteed. I hope it sells really well. Zhe Zhao silently prayed, and then began to browse other medicinal pill category and comprehension ability amplification category auction items. He had 18,450 auction coins left, which was barely enough. Because he needed to save 300,000 coins for the 300,000-year Soul Spirit Jade Phosphor 9 Absolutes flower, he still couldn't spend lavishly in the short term. Tragic. Zhe Zhao silently scrolled through the rankings when his eyes suddenly lit up. Good Luck Name Card. Origin: Kanglan Realm. Starting price: 5,000 coins. Description: the heavenly ranking imprint of the Kanglan Realm. With destiny added to the body and one's name written upon it, one can gain the favor of the world's will, bringing continuous good luck. Seller's introduction: the Good Luck Name card is a blessing obtained by myself for ranking 9,999 on the heavenly ranking. It only guarantees that the name card itself is real and does not guarantee the effect after use. If the world you are in does not have a world's will, or if you encounter continuous bad luck after being noticed by the world's will, the bidder will be responsible for the consequences. Such a good thing. Others might not know, but didn't Zhe Zhao know? Douluo world has a world's will. The son of Lukuo Yuhao was arranged by the world's will, but he was trained like a dog by God King Tang. Douluo is not tomb of gods. Gaining attention from the world's will afterward is not necessarily a good thing, but here, it can truly achieve the continuous good luck mentioned in the introduction. The competitive pressure is a bit high. Thinking that many buyers and sellers in the worlds connected by the auction house were transmigrators, and they must all know the value of the Good Luck Name card, Zhe Zhao couldn't help clicking his tongue. Do my best. Zhe Zhao pondered for a moment and offered a price of 30,000, which was 6 times the starting price. To get it is my fortune, to lose it is my fate. If he couldn't win this, there was nothing he could do. Everyone wants good things, and it's hard to find a time to pick up a bargain, unless you bid by carding the starting price one by one and leave your luck to fate. But it's just like buying scratch tickets. If you buy one individually you might make a profit, but if you buy them book by book, you are guaranteed to lose. Similarly, the things picked up as bargains in the auction house might not all be usable, and they might continue to fail to sell, eventually crashing in your hands. After making the bid, he continued to scroll down the rankings. The quality of this batch of auction items on today's rankings is not very good. After browsing for a long time, Jade couldn't help shaking his head and curling his lips, saying, among over 10,000 auction items, there are only a few favorite ones. Did I use up all my luck yesterday? After sighing, Jade carefully browsed the rankings again. He clicked into every auction item to inspect the detailed introduction, broadening his horizons and increasing his knowledge. Perhaps the introduction of certain auction items would contain effects useful to him. Boss. Big boss. 2 successive shouts came from afar and near, carrying a bit of urgency and joy. Big boss, I finally found you. I looked for you several times yesterday, and I didn't see a trace of you all day. Jade, who was immersed in the auction house, was instantly startled awake. He raised his head, stood up, and looked in the direction of the voice. A little fatty wearing aristocratic attire trotted over, his round appearance quite comical, followed by a thin youth with light steps. This made the corners of Jade's mouth lift unconsciously, revealing a smile. The little fatty's name was Sen Yu. He was the son of Sen Shi, the commander of the Heaven Do Empire Spirit Master Legion, the Night Curtain Legion, nicknamed Curtain Axe. He was 3 years older than Jade, with a Xuanhua Axe spirit and rank 8 innate spirit power. The Sen family of Vast Sea City was the die-hard confidant of Jade's father, Empire Marshal Jie Long. Jade still clearly remembered when he first met Uncle Sen in the Heaven Do Spirit Master military camp. His domineering self-introduction, my nickname is Curtain Axe. Curtain like the night curtain, an axe that sends enemies to the graveyard. That fierce demeanor was still fresh in his memory. The thin youth behind was Yang Tong. His spirit was the Plum Blossom Mirror, a genius with full innate spirit power. He was an accidental harvest by Butler Ah Fu when looking for Oscar several months ago. Although he was 1 year younger than Jade, he was already a level 17 spirit master. When Jade measured his own cultivation speed before, he used him as a reference. Why are you looking for me in such a rush? What's up? There's a big event at school, big boss. It's so urgent. The school is going to hold a joint match, and everyone has to participate. If you don't sign up, you won't graduate. I heard they are going to select the new generation of the Heaven Do Imperial team. Sen Yu shouted out of breath. Speaking with a thick seaside city dialect, gesturing wildly, matched with his aristocratic attire and round figure, the contrast was maxed out and full of comedy. Speak properly. Jade was covered in black lines. Hearing him speak, he couldn't help but carry a bit of the seaside accent himself. It was all because when he was young, he ran to the seaside a lot for some whale gum. Big boss, should we participate or not? The little fatty restrained his accent slightly. He tried hard to tense his face, asked Jade with a serious look, and eagerly waited for the big boss to make a decision. Yeah, boss. I saw yesterday that many people in the school started forming teams with each other, and many teams have already initially formed. If we don't hurry up, I'm afraid those Spirit Grandmaster seniors will all find fixed teams. Yang Tong, who had been quiet all along, spoke up at the appropriate time and added from the side. The two of them didn't care. They were just here to accompany the boss in studying. Wherever the boss was, they were there. Graduation or not wouldn't affect them continuing to follow the boss. But Jade was different. They clearly knew that before coming to school, the boss had made a military pledge with his family to become the captain of the Heaven Do Imperial team before graduation. Chapter 19 Parental Love for a Child considers things for the long term. To this end, Marshal Jie Long did not hesitate to use his personal favors and military achievements to forcefully trade a 10,000-year spirit bone for Jade. This matter was buzzing all over the military camp at that time. When Sen Yu's dad saw the marshal supporting his youngest son so much, he waved his hand and sent him over without a word, under the fine-sounding name of enrolling for advanced studies. The little fatty was crystal clear in his heart. What advanced studies? Isn't it just accompanying the crown prince to study? His own spirit talent was not bad, so he was specifically arranged to come and back up the marshal's son. Therefore, on the very first day he came to the academy, he nimbly found Jie Zhao, paid his respects, and acknowledged him as a big shot. From now on, he would follow wherever the big shot pointed. Even if the big shot was only a food system spirit master, even if the big shot didn't even have a first spirit ring at the time, he was still his big shot. Fat as fat. But he was not stupid, and his brain was definitely clear. The little fatty's positioning of himself was very clear. He was just here to hang out with the big shot and express his dad's loyalty to Marshal Jie. As long as the big shot was well taken care of, Marshal Jie would definitely not treat him unfairly. But what he didn't know was, the 10,000-year spirit bone was something Jie Zhao asked his family for himself, and the military pledge to become the captain of the Heaven Do Imperial team was also proactively brought up by Jie Zhao. Jie Long did not dampen the child's confidence and readily agreed. He just silently mobilized connections behind the scenes, added fuel to the flames, quietly cleared obstacles for Jie Zhao, paved the way, ensured that his son could achieve his goal, and prevented the child from getting stuck in an awkward situation. When parents love their children, they plan. For the long term, therefore, they plan for difficulties before they take shape and consider troubles before they happen. Take this campus mixer for example. Behind it was Marshal Jie Long's pushing hand. In this world where strength is supreme, to a spirit Douluo who held the Empire's million-strong army and spirit master legions, and whose power and strength almost reached the ceiling. As long as he wanted to, many things could turn into reality within a single thought of his. What's the rush? Jie Zhao didn't even lift his eyelids, feeling completely steady in his heart. He hadn't wasted his time in the academy over the past year. His connections were broad, and putting together 7 people to form a team was easy peasy. Furthermore, Du Guyan was there. Fighting a mixer at the Spirit Grandmaster level was practically in the bag, right? Come tell me first, what is the format of this so-called mixer? It's like this, boss. Yang Tong did not pause. After summarizing and organizing the information he inquired about yesterday, he told Jie Zhao one by one. The mixer is divided into 3 stages. Group matches, team matches, squad matches, mixer. The group matches and team matches are held simultaneously for half a month, followed by the squad matches for another half a month. After the squad matches ends, the selected Heaven Do Imperial Team preliminary team will have a mixer with the visiting students from the 5 element academies. He paused slightly, giving Jie Zhao time to digest the information, and then continued. The group matches are divided into individual groups, pairs groups, and trio groups. The main purpose is to let contestants showcase their personal strength and talent highlights, sell themselves out, and attract the attention and invitation of other teams or powerful teammates. The team matches are divided into 4-person groups, 5-person groups, and 6-person groups. The focus is on showcasing teamwork and collective combat power, attracting powerful contestants from the group matches to join oneself and form a squad. Having finished explaining with clear logic, Yang Tong paused slightly and summarized, essentially, both competition formats are exhibition matches. It gives all academy students a chance to showcase themselves, observe each other, and freely combine. The finale squad matches are the key to deciding the Heaven Do Imperial Team preliminary lineup. The rules require signing up for the squad matches, and choosing either the group matches or the team matches to participate. As for how many people are in a group or team, it is entirely free to apply. In theory, Yang Tong's words carried a trace of excitement. If you don't mind the trouble and happen to find so many contestants who like to play together, you can sign up for the individual groups, pairs groups, trio groups, 4-person groups, 5-person groups, 6-person groups, all of them. As long as you can gather enough people and schedule the match times. Yang Tong finished speaking methodically and quietly waited for Jie Zhao's decision. Is that so? Jie Zhao nodded, his gaze sweeping across the 2 people's faces with puzzlement. Then what are you guys in such a flurried rush for? Isn't there still half a month before the match? If there really is no one, won't it be fine for us to pick those outstanding performers from the group matches and team matches as teammates then to form a squad? It's not like that, big shot. The little fatty hurriedly explained. Many people won't easily change after confirming their teammates. The academy rules do not allow forcing it, otherwise you will be dragged into the dark room by Instructor Meng's black demon spirit for torture. Forcing it. That's right. Senyu leaned in closer, lowering his voice, his chubby face wearing an expression of lingering fear. Our place here is a noble academy after all, big shot, you know. There are always some second-generation or third-generation folks who like to bully others with power, relying on their family's great influence to coerce some minor nobles' geniuses into teaming up with them. Yesterday afternoon, one after another they were all taken away by Instructor Meng to be tortured and dealt with. How miserable. Unable to help shivering, Senyu constantly emphasized to Jade Zhao how terrifying Instructor Meng was. Level 78 Spirit Saint, Instructor Meng from the Academic Affairs Office whose spirit is Black Demon. Yes, boss. Fearing that the boss wouldn't understand what Senyu said, Yongtong added, this mixer is personally overseen and supervised by His Highness Prince Shui Xing. Because students from the 5-element academies are coming for exchanges to play the mixer, it involves the academy's face. Any shady behaviors are strictly prohibited and eradicated. Whenever incidents of coercion and bullying occur, as long as the victim makes an accusation, regardless of who the accused is or what background they have, without needing verification, they will be detained first. Handed over to Instructor Meng's Black Demon Spirit's 6th spirit ability, Truth-Telling Dream Interrogation. If the accusation is verified to be false, the accuser's family will be immediately stripped of their noble titles and all privileges, demoted to commoners, and the false accuser themselves will have their cultivation crippled to trash and be expelled from the academy. If the accusation is verified to be true, the accused person will be permanently deprived of their noble heir qualifications, their family's peerage will be lowered by 1 rank, and half of their fiefdom will be reclaimed by the academy. Yongtong explained the ins and outs to Jade Zhao in one breath without gasping. In fact, just yesterday when they couldn't find Jade Zhao, Senyu and he hadn't refrained from having the thought of striking first to gain the upper hand, and privately contacting a few experts. But they were specially warned about it privately, which was why it ended up unsettled. Now it seemed. Fortunately, they didn't mess around under the boss's name, otherwise their own punishment would be a minor matter, but harming the boss would be a huge sin. Is that so? Jade Zhao's face showed a look of realization, nodding as he said, it's fine, I'll take care of the candidate issue, you guys go scout out information on other contestants. For over a year of attending school, aside from some connections recognized through expanding his social circle, Jade Zhao hadn't paid too much attention to the situation of other students in the school. There was no need, they weren't people of the same path. But now, knowing the enemy and yourself, you will never be defeated in 100 battles. A great man once said, despise all enemies strategically, but take all enemies seriously tactically. Chapter 20, this realm might not necessarily bear the surname Zhe. Senyu, Yongtong, Dugu Yan, Yi Lenglang, and Oscar, counting himself, could scrape together 6 people for the team, leaving 1 vacancy. Jade Zhao originally intended to wait a few years before abducting the little kitten Zhu Zuqing over. But given the current situation, that was clearly unachievable, so he could only look around for someone to fill the team quota first. What system it was didn't matter. As long as they looked pleasing to the eye, that would do. For primary output, Dugu Yan alone was enough, Yongtong was the control system, Yi Lenglang was the healer, Senyu protected the backline, and Oscar alongside himself would just slack off and watch the show. That's it. Jade Zhao calculated the team members in his heart, wondering whether he should pull off some stunt. Dragging in Qian Runshui, who was currently at the Heaven Do Empire Royal Advanced Spirit Master Academy accompanying the Crown Prince as a study companion under the alias Xiaoshui, to make up the numbers. Forget it. Can't afford to provoke her. Jade Zhao thought about it carefully. If he really angered Qian Runshui, his identity, background, and strength seemed somewhat unable to withstand it, so it was better not to provoke her. Keep her at a respectful distance. Must keep her at a respectful distance. Avoid her sharp edge and temporarily concede. Bide his time and seize the right timing once more. He was still in his developmental stage, so there was no need to act recklessly. If she were truly driven to fury, the two titled Douluo following by her side were certainly not pushovers. Yu Tianeng hasn't come to Heaven Do Academy to study yet. The Shimo brothers are a fixed partnership, so it's probably hard to split them up. Yu Feng and Aosaro can be considered, but I haven't paid attention to them before, so I don't know if the two of them are studying at the academy right now. Zhe Zhao sorted through the members of the Heaven Do Imperial team from the original work. Those who could show their faces in the original work were definitely the very top fraction of people within Heaven Do Academy, and there probably weren't many who could be stronger than them. Take Sen Yu and Yang Tong for example. If he hadn't come to Heaven Do Academy, these two fellows wouldn't have appeared in the academy either. That's right. Zhe Zhao suddenly recalled, Meng Yiren seems okay too. I'll have someone go contact the Dragon Duke's family later. What's the point of going to the Heterogeneous Beast Academy as background characters in the original work? How great would it be to come to Heaven Do Academy and hang out with me? The spirit fusion ability of the Dragon Duke and the Snake Duchess can rival a titled Douluo. Perhaps we can use this to win them over a bit. Thoughts fluttered wildly in Zhe Zhao's heart as he skimmed through the peers who could rank high in the original work. Meng Yiren was a bit lacking. But her grandparents were formidable, and that was enough. Zhe Zhao had always had a plan in his heart. Following the plot where Qian Runshui poisoned the Heaven Do Imperial family in the original work, by adding a little spice to it himself, he could wipe out the entire Heaven Do Imperial family in one go. By then, his strength would be sufficient, and his influence would be sufficient. The weather was getting cold, and the soldiers needed to add a piece of clothing for Marshal Zhe Long, who held a million-strong army, preferably a yellow one. This realm might not necessarily bear the surname Zhe. In order to smoothly inherit the legacy of the Heaven Do Empire, he needed to slowly lay the groundwork for his influence, improve his strength, and seize the opportunity. Once he unified the Douluo Continent, he could also learn from that person in the auction house who transmigrated into Douluo too and became Huo Yuhao's good brother, doing some business related to spirit beasts, soul spirits, and the like. Whether he became emperor or not didn't matter to Zhe Zhao. But the resources of an entire world were truly fragrant. The scheming process did not conflict with the godhood achieving plan, the two planning lines could proceed in parallel. At most in 20 years, the Douluo continent would definitely undergo a radical change. Zhe Zhao's brow knitted tightly. Sen Yu and Yang Tong did not dare to disturb him, they held their breath and concentrated, waiting quietly on the side. Go get busy. Zhe Zhao snapped back to his senses and instructed the two of them, remember to focus on inquiring about the news of the Shimo brothers, Aosaro, and Yufeng, and also scout out information on other students with special spirits or spirit abilities. Message received, Big Boss. Little fatty Sen Yu replied crisply and enthusiastically, we're off to get to work. Beside him, Yang Tong neatly jotted down a few names in his notebook, solemnly tucked it into his bosom, and said in a deep voice, rest assured, boss, I'll give you results by tonight. Oh, right. Zhe Zhao snapped his fingers and called out to the two who were about to turn and leave, wait a moment first. Bittersweet ginseng turtle soup. Bittersweet ginseng turtle soup. Moderate salt sesame turtle soup. Moderate salt sesame turtle soup. Amidst the two's puzzled gazes, he summoned his spirit and chanted the spirit incantation. 4 bowls of steaming hot medicinal soup appeared in midair. Purple, purple, quote. 2,000-year spirit rings. Quote. Sen Yu and Yang Tong's focus was clearly not on the soup. Instead, they stared intently at the 2 deep purple spirit rings beneath Zhe Zhao's feet. Their pupils shrank suddenly, their mouths widened, and their shocked expressions were cut from the same cloth. Boss, did you have a breakthrough to level 20? The consistently calm and collected Yang Tong completely lost his composure at this moment. Amidst his shock, he couldn't help but feel excited and thrilled, looking at Zhe Zhao with horrified eyes, not knowing what Zhe Zhao had actually gone through yesterday. Mere 1 day's time. How did the boss leap from a level 17 spirit master to a 2-ring spirit grandmaster? Even his first spirit ring had turned into a 1,000-year one. This completely subverted their cognition. Had a bit of an encounter. Zhe Zhao feigned calmness and said indifferently, enjoying the pleasure of flexing, the comfort in his heart unspeakable to others. Come and try the effect of my second soul skill and the mutated first soul skill. Then, go get to work. Facing the two of them, Zhe Zhao didn't need to give an explanation. Now that they had only recently gained his trust, immortal herbs couldn't be given just yet. When it was time to let them know, he would naturally let them know. Why, yes. Thank you, boss. The two felt stormy seas churning in their hearts, with countless questions almost tumbling out, yet they forcefully suppressed them, respectfully taking the soup and responding loudly. Stowing the soup into their storage spirit tools, the two bid farewell and left. Until they had walked far away. Only then did Sen Yu spit out the shock in his heart, heavily patting Yang Tong's arm, his voice full of uncontrollable excitement. Hey. Brother Tong, the big boss was so imposing just now. Following such a big boss, our future is bleak. Hearing this, Yang Tong had black lines all over his head and corrected him, illiterate, it's a boundless future. Is it like that? Sen Yu blinked his eyes, intentionally playing dumb. I don't know. Cut the crap. Careful or I'll tell the boss that you're badmouthing him behind his back. Aiya, Brother Tong, I was just joking to liven up the atmosphere. Clearly 4 years older than Yang Tong, Sen Yu called him Brother Tong mouthful after mouthful with extreme fluency, not feeling out of place at all. But seriously, the big boss was really imposing just now. 2,000-year spirit rings, an 8-year-old spirit grandmaster, I wouldn't even dare to dream like that. Sen Yu couldn't help exclaiming, smacking his lips as if he were still savoring the scene of the two deep purple 1,000-year spirit rings rising slowly from beneath Zhe Zhao's feet just moments ago. Yeah, Yang Tong, who was always known for his calmness, was also full of excitement, nodding in agreement involuntarily with a trace of trembling in his voice. Looking across the entire history of the continent, there has never been anyone with talent more outstanding than the boss. Then the people arranged by my old man, do we still need to look for them? Of course we need to look. Yang Tong nodded heavily. The boss is a food-type soul master, so during soul battles, someone definitely has to protect the boss's safety. Order received. Brother Tong, let's get to work. Chapter 21, Contrasting Girl Yi Langlang. After being specifically sought out and warned by someone yesterday, a secret letter came from Sen Yu's home, saying that the military had planted some students in the school, and asked him and Yang Tong to unobtrusively recommend them to Zhe Zhao to form a team. That was why there was a scene early in the morning where the two of them hurried over to find Zhe Zhao. It was not because they were afraid of not finding people to form a team if they were late. Instead, they were afraid that Zhe Zhao would move too fast and finalize some low-tier spirit masters to join the team in advance, causing the marshal's arrangements to fall through. Tisk. Dash. I didn't expect that even you, Brother Tong, are also. Dash. The two figures, with their arms around each other's shoulders, walked further and further away, disappearing at the end of the tree-lined path. On the spot, Zhe Zhao was completely unaware of this. He lay back down on the slightly cool lawn, his consciousness immersed in the auction house, continuing to browse the details of the auction items to broaden his knowledge and horizons. Rare treasures of 10,000 worlds were available in all shapes and sizes. Whenever he encountered an interesting auction item, he would newly add it to the relevant category in his favorites for unexpected needs. Just in case he needed it one day, he could dig it out and mark it for pre-order. Suddenly, an eye-catching golden pop-up box emerged in the center of the list. Congratulations! You have successfully won the bid for the good luck name tag. Click to view details. I actually won it. Dash. As expected of me. Dash. Zhe Zhao's eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth split upward uncontrollably, and he laughed wildly. Immediately afterward, several pop-up messages followed one another, instantly flooding the screen. Warning. Your balance is insufficient. An interest-free loan of 11,550 auction coins has been automatically enabled for you, remaining credit. Limit, 38,450 auction coins. Transaction notice. your auction item Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup transaction price, 3,200. Transaction notice, your auction item Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup transaction price, 4,800. Transaction notice, your auction item Root Consolidating and Origin Nourishing Snow Ginseng Soup P10 Bowls transaction price, 2,600. All your consigned auction items have been sold out. Your account balance has been updated, 164,500 auction coins. Detected that your balance is sufficient, would you like to choose to repay the loan in advance? A series of pop-up screens reminded Jade that the 5 groups of Root Consolidating and Origin Nourishing Snow Ginseng Soup P10 bowls and 50 bowls of Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup that he had previously listed in the auction house had all been sold out. It directly boosted his balance to as much as 160,000. Getting rich overnight. Without the slightest hesitation, Jade immediately chose to repay the loan early. He didn't care about this little money, and there was no need to default and affect his credit limit. It wasn't worth it. The moment his consciousness selected the repayment button, 2 dazzling golden prompt boxes popped up right after. 11,550 auction coins have been deducted from your balance, current balance, 152,950. In view of the increase in the value of your consigned auction items, significant growth in your account balance, and excellent repayment records, your personal credit limit has been increased to 700,000. Whoa! Jade Zhao, who was laughing loudly, had a face full of pleasant surprise. I didn't expect such an unexpected pleasant surprise. A net profit of over 160,000 in a day. At this speed, it won't take 5 days to save enough money to buy the Jade Phosphor 9 Absolutes Flower Soul Spirit. Jade Zhao quickly calculated in his mind, and the result far exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that thanking the heavens if his daily income could exceed 100,000 would be enough, but he still underestimated how sought after the Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup was. Of the more than 160,000 auction coins, nearly 150,000 were brought by the Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup. Jade Zhao checked the transaction records in detail, and understood in his heart. That's right, there was a tenfold difference in starting bid price between the Root Consolidating and Origin Nourishing Snow Ginseng Soup and the Dragon Turtle Condensing Spirit Ganoderma Soup. I wonder what Oscar's first soul skill will be. After the surprise of getting rich suddenly, Jade Zhao couldn't help but let a thought pop up. With how popular mental-type auction items were in the auction house, perhaps it could increase his daily income by another 50,000. Zhao. Smiling so happily, is there anything happy going on? A cold and pleasant voice carrying a hint of curiosity sounded by his ear without warning. Sister Lingling. Jade Zhao came back to his senses in surprise. The screen-flooding messages of the auction house had distracted his attention, and he completely failed to notice someone approaching. Looking closely, the slender girl dressed in black was already quietly squatting beside him at some point, sticking her head out and leaning close to him. A pair of extremely pretty, large eyes blinked and flickered, her eyelashes slightly curved upward, as if they could speak with every gentle blink. Come quickly and tell sister. Yi Lengleng showed a teasing smile. A waterfall of light blue long hair swayed gently with her slightly tilted head, scattered behind her back, with wisps of hair brushing against the green grass. What on earth is it? That makes our Zhao lie here alone foolishly grinning, with his mouth almost splitting all the way to the back of his ears. She continued to ask, her voice carrying a unique cold texture, yet faintly revealing a bit of closeness. Jade Zhao shifted his gaze, sat up in one smooth motion, and shouted excitedly, good thing. A huge good thing. Leaning close to Yi Lengleng's earlobe, Jade Zhao asked with a grin, Sister Lingling, how did you know? That my spirit power broke through to level 20. Question mark. Yi Lengleng's cold face instantly became stupefied. No. Is this right? Countless question marks surfaced in Yi Lengleng's heart. Various astonishments and thoughts gathered together, converging into a single word that blurted out, damn. Her defense was breached. Completely breached. She had just broken through to level 20 yesterday. Full of joy, she had specifically come to show off to Zhao Zhao, who would have known she would receive such a piece of news. Her entire cold temperament instantly collapsed. She turned her head and bared her teeth at Jade Zhao, the sullenness in her eyes evident beyond words, full of contrast. Did you really break through to level 20? Even though she knew Jade Zhao's happy appearance didn't look fake, she still couldn't help wanting to ask for the truth. Jade Zhao supported himself with both hands behind him, lying lazily on the lawn, feigning innocence as he said. Sister Lingling, why would I lie to you? I just obtained my second soul ring yesterday. Do you want to try the effect of my second soul ability yourself? Before his voice fell, Jade Zhao executed a neat carp leap, summoned his spirit, and chanted the spirit incantation. Salt and freshness just right, sesame turtle soup. Here. Sister Lingling, come taste it. The fragrant soup dish floated in the air, but Yi Lingling's focus was not on this. Instead, she stared fixedly at the two dark purple spirit rings under Jade Zhao's feet. Damn. Her defense was breached again. Her defense was totally blown wide open. What did she see? 1,000-year spirit ring. And two of them. Yi Lingling's mindset collapsed. She felt that the number of curse words she had spoken today definitely broke a record. Are you for real? Zhao Zhao. Yi Lingling's voice raised, her face filled with incredulity and disbelief. 8-year-old Jade Zhao breaking through to level 20 was already shocking enough to her, who would have thought there would actually be 2,000-year spirit rings. Ha 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 ha. She suddenly burst out laughing, as if she had figured something out, and words poured out in a rush. You're lying to me, right? You must be lying to me. Sister admits it, you fooled me. All right, come tell sister, what kind of weird and wacky spirit tool produced this effect? It's even quite realistic. Yi Lingling wore a wise expression that had seen through everything, stubbornly refusing to believe that Jade Zhao had truly broken through to level 20 and possessed 2,000-year spirit rings. Chapter 22, Positive and Sunny Dugu Yan. True or false? Sister Lingling, won't you know once you taste it? Jade Zhao grinned widely, smiling brilliantly. He had a blast acting cool. With no other reason in mind than to seek some fun, he simply regarded it as reliving an old little hobby. At the same time, he perfectly covered up the slight strangeness of his crazy laughter just now. HMPH. Try it then. Yi Lingling let out a soft HMPH and reached out to grab that bowl of dragon turtle condensing spirit Ganoderma soup. She had originally made up her mind to grab nothing and expose Jade Zhao's trick, but she didn't expect her fingertips to solidly touch the wall of the bowl. Oh no. Yi Lingling had an ominous premonition in her heart. Her already insufficient self-confidence instantly vanished, and her whole body felt a bit uncomfortable, but she still held her breath and feigned calmness as she brought the medicinal diet close to her lips. She had experienced Jade Zhao's first soul skill plenty of times, so she naturally had to be on guard. What if what was in this bowl was the extremely bitter root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup from Jade Zhao's first soul skill? Actually, by this time she already believed it a little, she was just still deceiving herself. Until the medicinal decoction entered her mouth, and a salty taste different from the root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup filled her mouth, with a cool, earthy stench rushing straight to her spirit, she truly accepted the facts. It's over. It's real. Immediately afterward, she felt like she had been deeply screwed over. Her expression, which was already barely holding together, instantly put on a mask of pain, but the medicinal efficacy of the dragon turtle condensing spirit Ganoderma soup quietly dispersed, making her mind increasingly clear. The clearer it was, the more uncomfortable she felt. Thinking of her silly appearance of questioning just now, Yi Lingling felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, wishing she could slap herself twice and then find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Too embarrassing. It's humiliating to death. Woo woo woo. Yi Lingling felt as if her entire person was about to burn up. Every single detail from just now, especially Jade Zhao's brilliantly hateful smile, was infinitely magnified by the condensing spirit medicinal efficacy, clearly presenting itself in her mind. So shameful. The clearer her mind, the more focused her thinking. The more focused her thinking, the stronger the feeling of social death. She had clearly come to show off a tiny bit to little brother Zhao Zhao, but as a result, she had now become the one being shown off to. It couldn't be any more humiliating. She froze in place. Still pinching that empty bowl in her hand, she maintained the posture of drinking soup as her whole body seemed to have petrified. In her pretty eyes, which appeared exceptionally clear due to the medicinal efficacy enhancing her spirit, endless shame, resentment, breakdown, and pleasure surged. Although her social death appearance was very awkward, deep in her heart she had an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. As expected, I'm already broken. Yi Lengling thought so in her heart, still unable to resist that weird wave of pleasure under the surging thoughts sweeping over her entire body. Hey, Sister Lingling. Zhe Zhao waved his hand in front of Yi Lengling's eyes. After finishing the medicine, you're making such a shy expression, why are you blushing like a bubble teapot? He hadn't even poisoned the soup. Ahem. Awakened by Zhe Zhao from her mentally focused state, Yi Lengling coughed repeatedly as if she had been choked by the medicinal soup, trying to cover up her embarrassment. The effect is very good. Shaking her head, Yi Lengling feigned an appearance as if nothing had happened, staring fixedly at Zhe Zhao with a pair of pretty, large eyes. She even threw the matter of Zhe Zhao being level 20 and having a 1,000-year spirit ring to the back of her mind. She earnestly commented, it's just that the taste is a bit too pungent, even harder to drink than the root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup. What was wrong with you just now? Ah, what do you mean, what was wrong? Is there? Yi Lengling brought her ability to play dumb to the extreme, tensing her pretty face while her gaze guiltily shifted slightly. Looking at her appearance of protesting too much, Zhe Zhao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Tisk, this acting is simply natural born. There is. Zhe Zhao straightforwardly argued with her over it. There isn't. You saw wrong. Yi Lengling confessed without being pressed, but she didn't realize it herself. Instead, she continued to be stubborn and started changing the subject. Your second soul skill has such a good effect. What kind of spirit beast spirit ring did you obtain? 1,000-year Ganoderma spirit beast. Seeing her look of a dead duck with a stiff beak, Zhe Zhao didn't continue teasing her and told her the story he had already made up. Yesterday, Sister Yanyan gave me a stalk of herb. Zhao Zhao. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Just as Zhe Zhao started a conversation, deep in the shaded path, Douluo Yan could be seen waving her arms and running straight towards Zhe Zhao. How are you preparing for the academy mixer? Do you want sister to carry you to fly? Douluo Yan, whose gloom had completely dissipated, was happy and cheerful at this moment, her whole person overflowing with positive and upward youth and vitality. Or rather, she originally was. It was just that her nature had previously been suppressed by the pressure of her spirit poisoning. Once liberated, she had somewhat of a feeling of letting herself go. We're just missing you, Sister Yanyan. Zhe Zhao stopped explaining to Yi Lengling and greeted Douluo Yan with a smile, maximizing his emotional value. This was the charm of a major benefactor, even if only a former one. Yi Lengling. Sorry, not very familiar. Then just wait for sister to carry you to fly. Douluo Yan proudly raised her swan-like neck, walked over, and patted Zhe Zhao's shoulder, acting in an especially proficient manner while deliberately ignoring Yi Lengling on the side. HMPH. Yi Lengling rolled her eyes in her heart. The blush on her face faded instantly, and all sense of shame vanished, restoring her initial cold and lofty posture. Ah, right. Sister Yanyan is the most amazing. Sister Yanyan is number one under heaven. Zhe Zhao exaggeratedly put on a wave of yin and yang sarcasm, instantly steaming Douluo Yan up, and her finger poked Zhe Zhao's shoulder. Are you looking to die, you? What are you blindly shouting for? So what? With a capybara-like expression, Zhe Zhao lifted his neck and justified righteously, it's not like we don't have that strength. Sister Yanyan fights across the arena without a match, awing all students in Heaven Do. Stop talking. Douluo Yan was both anxious and shy, stepping forward to cover Zhe Zhao's mouth, but Jie Zhao smilingly raised his hand to block her away, causing Yilengleng on the side to curse inwardly as she watched. She endlessly badmouthed Du Guyan. To let her tear into Du Guyan face to face, she wouldn't dare. She was somewhat socially anxious by nature, otherwise she wouldn't have always maintained a cold and detached appearance. Only in front of familiar people would she reveal a bit of a young maiden's posture. When we have the strength, what are we afraid of? Otherwise, wouldn't the immortal herb have been eaten in vain? When Jie Zhao brought up the matter of the immortal herb, he didn't avoid Yilengleng. Members who had already been slated to enter the team would know sooner or later. That's true too. Du Guyan proudly nodded. She felt that what Jie Zhao said was correct. After her spirit transformed, relying on the advantage of her 28 rank spirit power, coupled with the power of her second soul skill, any academy mixer wouldn't be enough for her to fight. Unless the opponents had a spirit king. But was this possible? The maximum age for participating contestants could not exceed 14 years old. How could a spirit king possibly exist? Did they really think everyone had eaten an immortal herb like herself and little brother Zhao Zhao? Immortal herbs weren't Chinese cabbages. Hey, young miss of the Yi family, with your spirit, do you still need to come find little brother Zhao Zhao to be a teammate? Recovering her wits, Du Guyan took the lead in launching trouble towards Yilengleng. Chapter 23, Confrontational Young Girls. The golden snake pupils carried the cold elegance unique to serpents, accurately locked onto Yilengleng with undisguised provocation and full of mockery in her words. A healing-type spirit master looking for a food-type soul master to fight a match is truly hilarious. Yilengleng tilted her head and looked at Du Guyan. I formed a team with Zhao Zhao, what does it have to do with you? Her cold eyes cast a sideways glance at Du Guyan, her voice not loud, yet full of hidden barbs. Zhao Zhao hasn't said anything yet. Yet you are right here impatiently making a decision for him. I think the truly hilarious one is you, right? Although Yilengleng had social anxiety, when facing someone she hated outputting right in her face, she was super brave, alright. Young Miss Dugu, have you respected Zhao Zhao's own wishes? Her cold eyes seemed to be looking at an unreasonable stranger, secretly digging a pit for Du Guyan. You, what about me? Yilengleng was still outputting, what? Having your inner thoughts exposed, is young Miss Dugu about to fly into a rage out of humiliation? With a calm expression, Yilengleng questioned her repeatedly, leaving Du Guyan speechless from being retorted. In terms of eloquence, she was far inferior to Yilengleng. The originally slightly arrogant aura was suppressed, the smile overflowing on her face disappeared, and though she had countless words she wanted to say in her heart, not a single word could come out. Brilliant. Jie Zhao, who had been watching the show the whole time on the side, had his eyes light up. Having long known that Sister Lingling had a venomous and black-bellied mouth, he didn't expect today to truly open his eyes, making Jie Zhao almost unable to help clapping and cheering. He looked at this one and then that one with great interest. Scanning back and forth between the two confrontational young girls, he was only missing a handful of melon seeds. Fight, fight, not. Only did Jie Zhao not feel nervous, but he watched with relish and no longer favored Du Guyan. At this moment, he just wanted to watch women fight. What big financial backer. That was in the past. On the lawn by the lake, the smell of gunpowder grew increasingly intense, and the atmosphere escalated from frozen to drawn sabers, as if the two would physically brawl in the next second. Hee. Du Guyan was so angry she laughed instead. Although her emotional perception was a bit dull, she could sense at that moment that Yilengleng was deliberately provoking her anger, trying to make her lose her composure in front of Zhao Zhao. She absolutely wouldn't do as she wished. Immediately afterwards, cleverly taking advantage of her laughing in anger, her smile turned increasingly sincere. I was just joking with you, Lingling, why are you taking it so seriously? With me here, the mixer match will be won easily. No matter who is the teammate, it doesn't matter tilde. You say so, right, Zhao Zhao? Du Guyan turned her head to look at Zhao Zhao, actively easing the already tense atmosphere, and continued what Jie Zhao had said before, otherwise, wouldn't our immortal herb have been eaten in vain? PFF'd. Jie Zhao couldn't help laughing out loud, teasing, I still wanted to watch the two of you fight and tear each other's clothes. Sister Yanyan, recover yourself. Tearing your clothes is more like it. Douluo Yan let out a disgruntled cold snort, thinking what a heartless damned Zhao Zhao, who loved nothing more than watching the chaos. A flash of astonishment crossed Yi Lengleng's eyes. She didn't expect Douluo Yan to pull such a move, which instead put her on the spot. She had genuinely wanted to blow up at Douluo Yan just now. How did things suddenly turn out like this? It was clearly Douluo Yan who started it first. Why had she now somehow become the petty and making a mountain out of a molehill one? On Yi Lengleng's normally cold face, for the first time, a stifled expression resembling constipation appeared. How could this woman be like this? She got to say all sides of the story. In short, she had become the unreasonable one. Beneath her exterior, her little head was undergoing a frantic brainstorming session, wanting to find something to say to win back around and vent this breath, but doing so would only validate what Douluo Yan said. So hard. I might as well just be truly broken. Yi Lengleng thought to herself, her entire person exuding a gloomy aura, which actually made Douluo Yan, who originally had stagnant fire in her heart, feel embarrassed instead. She didn't have any bad intentions either. It was just that seeing Yi Lengleng suddenly appear by Zhe Zhao's side, and even earlier than herself, she felt unhappy, acting on a momentary impulse and speaking straight from the heart. In the end, it was Yi Lengleng who choked her until her chest ached directly. Enveloped by Yi Lengleng's gloomy aura, seeing her looking like a frost-bitten eggplant, the lingering fire in Douluo Yan's heart leaked away by more than half, and she awkwardly said, sorry, I shouldn't have spoken so harshly. Douluo Yan scratched her cheek, speaking embarrassedly, apologizing frankly and straightforwardly. She didn't have any malice, purely lacking a filter over her mouth. She had always been like this. Her emotions came quickly and went quickly, saying whatever came to mind, and she would never wrong herself. Spoiled since childhood by her spirit Douluo grandfather, she had this foundation of confidence. On the contrary, it was Yi Lengleng. Because of the complicated family reasons surrounding her legacy of the nine-heart begonia spirit, she had always worn a cold and haughty mask, accustomed to closing herself off and not skilled at socializing with people. Although reclusive by nature, her inner world was 100 times richer. With just a slight stimulation, she would react intensely like a hedgehog, arming herself with the sharpest logic and the most vicious words. Seeing Douluo Yan apologize, she was instead somewhat at a loss. Her tense body and the words of counterattack prepared in her mind leaked their force all at once like a punctured balloon. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something like, "It doesn't matter," or, "Got it." To maintain her usual reserve, her throat felt as if it had been blocked. In the end, she merely squeezed out an extremely faint tone from her nasal cavity. Her gaze lowered, falling onto the lawn by the lake. Lacking experience in dealing with people, once without external stimulation, she reverted to that seemingly aloof yet actually socially anxious appearance. Tisk. Watching from the side, Zhe Zhao shook his head, smacked his lips, and made a final summary evaluation. An interesting. Why didn't you guys actually fight? Sister Yan Yan, why did you apologize? Pull yourself together. Zhe Zhao spoke to Douluo Yan in a tone of disappointment at her failure to live up to expectations, then changed the topic and looked at Yi Lengleng. Sister Lingling, you too, how could you so easily forgive Sister Yan Yan? The atmosphere has reached this point. If you two don't have a fight, it'll be hard to wrap this up. Before he finished speaking, Douluo Yan's slap landed on Zhe Zhao's head. Fight, 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 fight your head. Stop right there and don't run. Today, this older sister is going to properly teach you a lesson. Caught off guard by the sneak attack and taking a slap, Zhe Zhao greased the soles of his feet and ran in circles along the lakeside with Douluo Yan. Don't run. Sister Yan Yan, do you take me for a fool? You, a level 28 attack system spirit grandmaster, bullying me, a food-type soul master with 0 combat power, won't your conscience hurt? Zhe Zhao ran while heart-wrenchingly accusing Douluo Yan. Douluo Yan wasn't someone to be trifled with either, and immediately retorted, "You bastard love watching the commotion without fearing things are too big. Constantly fanning the flames to make me and Lingling tear clothes and fight. Zhao Zhao, do you still have a conscience? You two started arguing yourselves. Zhe Zhao shouted at the top of his lungs to voice his grievances, his face full of innocence. It's not like I made you guys argue. Besides, how can arguing be as interesting as fighting and tearing clothes? Chapter 24. Under Zhe Zhao's playful banter and wisecracks, the tit-for-tat atmosphere between the two of them was successfully broken. Du Guyan even shifted all the conflict onto Zhe Zhao, chasing him around the lakeside while shouting and brandishing her fists. Crisp reprimands and Zhe Zhao's cheeky words echoed by the lakeside. After playing and frolicking for quite a while, Yi Lenglang, having adjusted her emotions and mood, took the initiative to step forward. Using her aloof tone, she bailed out Zhe Zhao, who was currently being pinned under Du Guyan's body, and said, "Morning class time is almost here. We should go back." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely clear. Zhe Zhao, who was being pinned down and having his face thoroughly roughed up by Du Guyan, instantly perked up. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Hurry back. If I remember correctly, the first class for my class this morning is Director Du's class. Zhe Zhao forcefully pushed Du Guyan away and said with a bitter expression, "Sister Yanyan, you wouldn't want Director Du to punish me by copying the complete guide to spirit beasts in the hunting spirit forest, would you?" "I would." Du Guyan nodded heavily, but still released the arms that were pressing down on Zhe Zhao. Zhe Zhao nimbly crawled to his feet and said indignantly, "Too vicious." As expected, a green bamboo snake's mouth, a wasp's tail sting, neither compares to the most venomous heart of a woman. Bah, bah, bah. Du Guyan's willow leaf eyebrows stood up as she shot Zhe Zhao a glare. Where do you get so many crooked theories and weird words? Believe it or not, this sister won't let you go to class today. Bye-bye to you then. Greasing the soles of his feet, Zhe Zhao sprinted towards the distance of the tree-lined path. Behind him, Du Guyan feigned chasing him for 2 steps, then burst into a string of silver bell-like laughter. Passing through the tree-lined path, Zhe Zhao, who had brushed against a full body of Du, came to the dormitory building to change his clothes. Then, following the dormitory building's corridor, he passed the library and the first cafeteria all the way, and finally arrived at the flower bed in the center of the campus. The academy's structure roughly faced south with its back to the north. Zhe Zhao walked out from the dormitory building on the east side, with his destination being the teaching building on the west side. It was also called the West Teaching Building by the students. Walking on the road, Zhe Zhao glanced at his wristwatch. It was 7:43, the time wasn't too late yet, and morning class wouldn't start until 8 o'clock. There was still time to go to the second cafeteria next to the West Teaching Building to grab some breakfast. Students gathered successively from all directions, some carrying morning bad moods, some looking high-spirited, and some covered in morning dew just like Zhe Zhao earlier. Evening. Twilight lowered its curtain. Inside the student single apartment, room 513. Zhe Zhao sat quietly in front of the desk, his fingertips lightly tapping the tabletop as he listened attentively. Yang Tong was reporting clearly and methodically to Zhe Zhao about the information they collected regarding the seed players inside the Heaven Do Elementary Academy. The first one, Zhang Cheng. 6th year senior, innate spirit power rank 9, spirit double-headed golden pug, containing the golden behemoth bloodline, top-tier quality, rank 28 defense system spirit grandmaster, strong strength. Zhe Zhao nodded slightly. Having this kind of strength at 11 years old was indeed extraordinary. But innate spirit power rank 9 was understandable, yet why didn't he appear in the original work? With Zhang Cheng's strength and spirit potential, he shouldn't have remained unknown. Advancing to the Heaven Do Imperial team should have been quite easy, right? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Zhe Zhao continued to listen to Yang Tong introduce the other outstanding students. The second one, Hu Ting. 6th year senior, innate spirit power rank 8, spirit iron and blood military flag. Wait. Zhe Zhao's brows instantly furrowed tightly as he interrupted him. What did you say his spirit is? The Iron and Blood Military Flag, boss. Yang Tong's voice unconsciously lowered by a fraction. Rank 27 Control System Spirit Grandmaster. Iron and Blood Military Flag. Zhe Zhao's gaze turned sharp. If he remembered correctly, he should have seen this spirit last year in the Heaven Do Spirit Master Legion. Yes, boss, what's wrong? Meeting Jade Zhao's scrutinizing gaze, Yang Tong's heart skipped a beat. Sen Yu, who was standing beside him, even held his breath, wailing internally, "We're done for." The marshal's traces of stuffing people in were too obvious, and the big boss caught us red-handed. Jade Zhao leaned back against the chair back, his gaze profound. His gaze swept across the nervous duo. He vaguely had a guess in his heart, but didn't immediately expose it, saying in a flat tone, "It's nothing. It's just that the Iron and Blood military flag is a bit interesting. Go on, finish talking about the rest." Yang Tong steadied his nerves, trying his best to keep his voice steady. "Okay, boss. The third one is Senior Sister Li Tu. 5th grade, innate spirit power rank 9. Spirit Kek Parrot, possessing 2 spirit abilities, high-speed flight and sonic interference, rank 25 agility attack system spirit grandmaster. The 4th one, Examen Yang. Also a 5th-year senior, innate spirit power rank 7, and his spirit is a Kasaya." Speaking up to this point, Yang Tong's voice felt slightly guilty, but he still had to introduce this person in detail. Rank 23 attack system spirit grandmaster. The ancestral Kasaya subduing demonic technique integrates offense and defense, capable of both attacking and defending, ever-changing and unpredictable. During the Academy's last arena match, he once fought 5 or more spirit grandmasters above rank 26 simultaneously without falling behind. Physical combat strength is extremely strong and cannot be underestimated. ... Aside from the 4 powerful contestants arranged by the marshal, whom he had Yang Tong introduce with emphasis, none of the other students were particularly brilliant. Or rather, there were some whose spirits were rather special and interesting, but their spotlight was completely overshadowed by the 4 people Yang Tong introduced at the beginning. After listening to the introduction, Jade Zhao pondered for a moment and said, "Zhang Cheng, Hu Ting, Li Tu, Examen Yang, these 4 young geniuses are all very good." "Yang Tong, explain." Jade Zhao's calm gaze swept across Yang Tong, his voice flat and waveless, making it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. "My memory isn't very good. The Iron and Blood military flag spirit seems to be the spirit of Chief of Staff Sun Yi, Staff Officer Sun, under my father's command, right?" "How is this?" Jade Zhao tilted his head slightly with a hint of mockery. "Does Staff Officer Sun have an illegitimate child wandering outside?" After Yang Tong's report ended, Jade Zhao's vague guess in his heart was finally confirmed. These 4 genius seniors at the very beginning shouldn't have existed in the first place. Furthermore, there was one most crucial issue. Yang Tong. Judging from his performance during the report, both he and Sen Yu were clearly insiders. When a subordinate knows the truth and fails to report it, keeping secrets from the boss, is that subordinate still a subordinate? "Yang Tong, are you my person, or Marshal Zhe Long's person?" Jade Zhao slammed the desk and pointed, startling Yang Tong so much that he shivered, while Sen Yu beside him had already started sweating profusely. "Boss, I..." Yang Tong hurriedly tried to explain, but was interrupted by a wave of Jade Zhao's hand, who mocked, "Don't call me boss. Does an 8-year-old food system spirit master like me deserve to be your boss? Take Sen Yu and go back together. Get lost back to the Heaven Do Legion." The anger in Jade Zhao's heart wasn't directed at Marshal Zhe Long's arrangement, he understood his father's intention. What truly made him angry and disappointed were the 2 people in front of him. Knowing the truth and not reporting it. Joining forces to deceive. Did they still have any regard in their eyes for their so-called boss? The trust and camaraderie established on ordinary days, when they executed the marshal's orders, were they actually this vulnerable? Before reporting, couldn't they have explained the situation to him in advance? Chapter 25, Taught a Lesson. Subconscious choices often reveal a person's true thoughts, and clearly, subconsciously, the 2 of them did not take him to heart. To think he had even prepared the immortal herb, waiting to hand it over to the 2 of them after forming a team in a while, to help them raise their potential and increase their strength so they could become his right-hand men. Now it seemed, In their hearts, Marshal Jie Long of Heaven Do was obviously much heavier in weight than an elder brother he recognized like playing house. It was understandable, but unacceptable. When trust was broken, only suspicion and doubt remained. They had followed him for 3 months, and he had never cut off their root consolidating and origin nourishing snow ginseng soup, occasionally sending them qi refining powder and foundation establishment spiritual liquid. Zhe Zhao asked himself that he treated them with sincerity, but what did they take him for? Subconscious concealment was even more heartbreaking than intentional concealment. Big boss, can you give me a chance to explain? At the moment when the atmosphere froze, Sen Yu stood out, his chubby face full of grievance, and pleaded, Big boss. Speak. Zhe Zhao wore a sarcastic smile on his face, wanting to hear what tricks he could spout. He made up his mind. No matter what he said, he would take down that guild establishment token at the auction house tomorrow to prevent such things from happening in the future. It was my fault. It has nothing to do with Brother Tong. I lied to Brother Tong and said I wanted to give you a surprise, boss, but I didn't expect you to see through the arrangement made by the marshal so easily. Hee. Zhe Zhao sneered, indeed a big surprise. It's not like that. Sen Yu shook his head heavily and continued to explain, all of this is the marshal's arrangement, including your reaction right now, big boss. Me lying to Brother Tong and deceiving the big boss is the first layer. It's for the marshal to test the big boss's insight and see if you can see through the little actions of the people around you. As expected, big boss, you saw through it. Just in time, it can connect to the second layer arranged by the marshal. The little fatty closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, the marshal said that you are getting too close to the children of the enfeoffed lords and nobles, that you are too naive and don't know the sinister nature of people's hearts. So he wants the big boss to experience the feeling of being backstabbed firsthand. So that you can build a psychological defense against everyone from now on, big boss. The third layer. He opened his eyes and looked at Yang Tong aside with a complex gaze, leaving Yang Tong baffled. If the big boss didn't see through the first layer this time, the marshal would arrange for me to actively whistle blow, expose Brother Tong's identity to you, big boss, and through me deceiving superiors and subordinates, shape the illusion in your eyes that Brother Tong was meticulously premeditated and planted beside you. Yang Tong's identity. Zhe Zhao wore a sneer at the corner of his mouth, thinking in his heart that it was getting more and more interesting. Right. The little fatty nodded quickly, his speed of speech even faster. Brother Tong is the orphan of Suna, the former deputy head of the logistics department of the Battle Axe Spirit Master Legion, and even more so the illegitimate son of Yang Wuxuang, the younger brother of Yang Wudi, the clan chief of the breaking clan of the 4 single attribute families of the Star Luo Empire. Brother Tong has been secretly looked after by the marshal since he was a child. Even Brother Tong himself doesn't know about this matter. Quote. After Sen Yu finished speaking, not to mention Yang Tong who was completely confused, even Zhe Zhao had a dumbfounded look, not expecting Yang Tong to have the identity background of the breaking clan. Is this right? Not paying attention to the reactions of Zhe Zhao and Yang Tong, Sen Yu confessed everything in a continuous stream, with a rather tragic air of viewing death as returning home. Brother Tong only knows that the marshal asked Uncle Fu to arrange for him to follow the boss. But he doesn't know his own life background. If the big boss didn't pass through the marshal's test this time, then next time it would arrange for me to whistle blow Brother Tong's true identity, fabricating the illusion that Brother Tong was planted by the Yang family of the breaking clan of the Star Luo Empire beside the big boss, to make you more vigilant towards the people around you. Vigilant against a snitch villain like me. And vigilant against someone like Brother Tong who was planted by someone beside the big boss. As the little fatty spoke, the look he cast at Zhe Zhao was mixed with guilt, struggle, reluctance, and sincerity. Big boss, although I've only followed you for 3 months. Yet your talent, your loyalty, and your care for me, Sen Yu, am convinced from the bottom of my heart. I really want to follow you wholeheartedly. His throat rolled. He spat out the last few words with difficulty, carrying the heaviness of a farewell, but I understand, I shouldn't harbor luck. I should have told the big boss right at the beginning when I knew about the marshal's arrangement. Big boss, take care. After I leave, the marshal will definitely continue to arrange people, using well-designed scripts to let the big boss experience all aspects of life and the coldness of the world, to gain experience and growth. Big boss, you must be careful. After Sen Yu finished his last sentence, his whole body seemed to have its vitality sucked out, drooping his head to welcome Jie Zhao's judgment. However, what responded to him was an enraged roar. Damn! Jie Zhao slammed the table and stood up, unable to help gritting his teeth and cursing. Angrily, Jie Long, you old bastard, you really know how to play. Damn it! Can you act like a human being? Wantonly meddling and orchestrating my life. Who the hell needs your wake-up call? Is the Marshal of Heaven Do so great? Playing me like a monkey. Have you ever considered my feelings? Jie Zhao rarely had his mental defense breached. Ever since his transmigration, with the Heaven's Auction House behind him, he had always possessed a faint arrogance in his bones, equally looking down on anyone in the Douluo world. After all, it was a love-brained continent. A world where merely robbing food supplies could be called world-shaking wisdom. A world where an undercover plan required sending an angel heir with innate spirit power level 20 to execute. With all the descriptions in the original work, it was hard for Jie Zhao not to develop a sense of intellectual superiority when facing the native inhabitants of Douluo. However, today, he was taught a harsh lesson by his father in this native world, the Heaven Do Marshal who served as a background board in the original work, Jie Long nicknamed the Nine-Life Divine Dragon. For the first time, he clearly felt how superficial his understanding of this world was. Jie Zhao had to admit that his cheap father's plan was seen through by himself, but Marshal Jie Long's plan succeeded. The plan being seen through by him was not because he was so smart, but rather that the plan itself was meant for him to see through. If not for the distinct characteristics of the Iron Blood Army spirit, it would have been hard for him to think that these senior students in the academy who did not appear in the original work were arranged by his father, Jie Long. He would only treat them as overlooked geniuses not described in the original work. He might even be complacent about discovering a few wild geniuses. Just like Yang Tong's life background. If not for Sen Yu's total confession, when the scheme using Yang Tong's life background as a chess piece was truly laid upon him, could he have detected the conspiracy behind it? Jie Zhao felt it was doubtful. His self-awareness was very clear, he was just an ordinary person with relatively good luck. At this moment, he was truly taught a lesson by Marshal Jie Long. Anyone must not be underestimated. Jie Zhao recalled a sentence he had seen before his transmigration, feeling it extremely fitting for his current state. When you treat other people like pigs, you are the real pig. Chapter 26 Power. Power. Authority and power, neither can be dispensed with. Jie Zhao was furious, extraordinarily furious. It was not because he felt humiliated after being taught a lesson by Jie Long, but rather out of anger at his own arrogance. His pride all this time had made him underestimate the heroes of the world. You guys should leave. Jie Zhao forcefully suppressed the churning emotions in his heart and said to Yang Tong and Sen Yu. Yang Tong's lips moved, but he could never bring himself to say it, squeezing out a few words, "Boss. We are leaving, big boss." Sen Yu also wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Jie Zhao waving his hand. It has nothing to do with you, go on. Waiting until the two left the room, closed the door, and their footsteps gradually drifted away, Jie Zhao then fiercely slammed a palm onto the tabletop. Then, he frantically picked up the paper, pens, notebooks, and water cup on the table and smashed them towards the bed, venting the fury in his heart. He was venting the resentment in his heart, venting that stifled feeling of having his life wantonly manipulated by others. Was this impotent fury? Perhaps it was. This oppressive feeling of being wantonly manipulated almost suffocated him. Heaven knows how many more scripts and backup plans that old fogey had in his hands waiting for himself, just to teach him a lesson. About a few minutes passed, or perhaps it was 10 odd minutes. Jie Zhao stopped the movements in his hands, the fury in his heart dissipated a bit, and he sprawled out flat on the bed, laughing. He was angered to laughter by himself. Once the fury was vented, reason returned once more. His consciousness flipped through the auction house favorites. Zhe Zhao wanted to retaliate. He recalled a particularly interesting item he had encountered before, which was simply fitting for his current state. At that time, he just felt it was interesting, so he directly added it to his favorites without buying it. Because he felt he might use it or might not use it, there was no need to waste unnecessary money on it. But looking at it now, it was still very necessary. Guild Establishment Token. Origin: Game World. Starting bid: 10,000 coins. Description: establish a gang, take in strong individuals, and all members within the gang will imperceptibly become loyal to the gang leader. Seller's remarks: the undisputed choice for establishing a faction. In the past, Zhe Zhao believed in strength supreme. He felt that he only needed to improve his strength, seek a god position inheritance, or buy some immortal cultivation techniques from the auction house, and work hard to cultivate. After all, this was a world that spoke with fists, whoever had bigger fists was right. But today he suddenly realized, power, authority and power, neither can be dispensed with. Strength was indeed the foundation, but without authority in hand, one was merely a rootless duckweed. Even if he were a titled Douluo at this moment, or even a god, before a carefully woven scam, could he guarantee that he wouldn't fall for it? When everyone around him was acting a part to deceive him, could a god guarantee that he wasn't? Truman. Zhe Zhao felt it was difficult. Gods were not omnipotent and omniscient, they merely possessed powerful strength. However, cold light flickered in Zhe Zhao's eyes, and he gritted his teeth with a cold laugh. It is not too late to understand now. Old fogey, let's wait and see. Let's see whether your ability as a marshal to arrange scripts is more formidable, or whether the items I can obtain backed by the Heavens Auction House are stronger. Don't you like inserting people around me? Then I will accept them all as they come. In the end, let's see whether these people listen to you or to me. Originally, Zhe Zhao only thought of pushing Zhe Long to the emperor's seat, while he himself relied on his identity as a prince and a god to plot behind the scenes, which would be enough. Now it seemed, this position, why couldn't he take it himself? Heavy government affairs would affect cultivation. If he remembered correctly, the future Wusheng Sutra in the Yangshan world seemed to be able to solve this problem. In the past, when encountering domains he was not good at, Zhe Zhao would choose to escape. Now, after being taught a lesson by Zhe Long, he had awakened, he wanted to face it proactively. Since he had already transmigrated and was backed by the Heavens Auction House, he must grasp everything in the palm of his hand, and he would never let such things happen again. His consciousness selected pre-order. Zhe Zhao prepared to wait until tomorrow or later, when the auction house refreshed and the guild establishment token appeared, to directly take it down. Start from the academy first. The blueprint in Zhe Zhao's heart gradually manifested. Gradually radiate to the major and theft nobles of the Heaven Do Empire, and let our tentacles spread into the Heaven Do army. Old fogey, you like to control and plan my life. Then let's play properly. I will let you know what is called stripping military power over a cup of wine. Zhe Zhao gnashed his teeth, vowing fiercely in his heart that in the near future, he would give Zhe Long a lesson and show him. His consciousness clicked open the auction house, and he took out the good luck name card he won at auction this morning. Let's give myself a buff first. Hoping all my wishes come true. Zhe Zhao silently prayed in his heart to the Douluo world will, and according to the seller's introduction, he projected his mental force outwards to contact the name card. Slowly branding his own name onto the name card with mental force. At the moment when the brand formed, the good luck name card burst with brilliant light. Boom! An illusory dragon roar exploded in his mind, and a loud thunderclap suddenly struck outside the window. The good luck name card instantly vanished from Zhe Zhao's hands, its whereabouts unknown. But in the ethereal realm, an inexplicable feeling lingered around Zhe Zhao's body, and Zhe Zhao could feel that the heaven and earth origin chi had become unprecedentedly affectionate toward him. When acquiring the third spirit ring, go to the Star Do Great Forest to test it out. Zhe Zhao stroked his chin and pondered, we'll see then, what kind of effect this good luck name card will have. All plans were set. Zhe Zhao walked to the bathroom to run water, preparing to wash up and rest. Just as he finished washing up and was about to start today's meditation cultivation, a series of booming knocks came from the door. Opening the room door, revealed was Douluo's old face smiling brightly. Jiao Jiao, just as you expected. After ingesting the immortal grade herb 8-petaled immortal orchid, this old man successfully achieved a breakthrough to level 90. Moreover, my spirit has also undergone a slight change. It can no longer be called the Jade Phosphor Snake. Perhaps it can be called the Jade Phosphor Snake Emperor. Is that so? Then congratulations. Zhe Zhao could not quite muster up his spirits. The aftereffect of being taught a lesson just moments ago hadn't passed yet. Take this. These are the root systems of 3 used immortal grade herbs. Take them back and plant them in the medicine garden where they originally stayed. Perhaps after some time, they can restore their medicinal efficacy. By then they can be ingested again. As he spoke, Zhe Zhao took out 3 arm-length jade boxes from his storage spirit tool and handed them to Douluo. All right. Douluo nodded. After taking the jade boxes, he retrieved a light blue head spirit bone from the storage spirit tool at his waist. The surface of the spirit bone was as smooth as a mirror. It seemed as though water was flowing within it, with a vague dragon shape swimming inside. The edges had fine water ripple-like patterns, accompanied by several striking crimson gold whiskers, exuding a faint dragon might and profound mental fluctuations. I came to bring you something. After achieving a breakthrough to level 90, I specifically went to find a 70,000-year-old crimson-bearded water chew to test my hand, and I never expected that it actually dropped a spirit bone. So, I rushed to bring it over to you overnight. It's still hot. Chapter 27, Auction will soon begin. I already have a head spirit bone. We can talk about Yanyan later. You have shown immense kindness to our Douluo family, so please accept this spirit bone no matter what. Having said that, Douluo pulled Zhe Zhao's hand without giving him a chance to refuse, and shoved the spirit bone into his palm. No, no, no. This is too precious. Zhe Zhao repeatedly declined, saying, a 70,000-year head spirit bone is comparable in value to a 100,000-year spirit bone. This is truly too precious. Accept it. Douluo said decisively, pressing the spirit bone firmly into Zhe Zhao's palm. Consider it a token of gratitude from me and Yanyan for the evolution of our spirits under your guidance. With that, without giving Zhe Zhao another chance to refuse, Douluo turned around and strode away dashingly. All right. Get some good rest. I'll be leaving first to go check on Yanyan. Looking at the warm spirit bone in his hand, a warmth surged through Zhe Zhao's heart, and he didn't chase after him to exchange further pleasantries. Deeds would speak louder than words in the future. Take care, senior. Rubbing his fingers over the spirit bone and sniffing the faint, lingering scent of blood on it, Zhe Zhao sighed inwardly that his efforts hadn't been in vain. He had prepared a 300,000-year vicious beast-class soul spirit for him. It wasn't treating him unfairly at all. Douluo's character was truly sterling. He repaid gratitude with gratitude. As expected, he hadn't misjudged the man. After being taught a lesson by Zhe Long's scheming, Zhe Zhao felt a warm glow in his heart right now under Douluo's sincere reciprocation. Suddenly, a message came from deep within his consciousness. Zhe Zhao closed the door, put away the spirit bone, and clicked on the blinking message notification from the auction house. Bro, you there? The auction time has been set. It will be in 10 days in the Douluo world. A countdown has already appeared on my end, and it should be on yours too. Check your personal info interface and see if there is a countdown in the upper right corner. Zhe Zhao swiped open his personal panel, and sure enough, a countdown appeared in the upper right corner. It read, time until auction starts, 9 days 23 hours 57 minutes. Received. Good brother, 10 days is plenty of time. All the funds are prepared. Okay. The soul spirits are no problem here. I'll gift you a few 1,000-year poison attribute soul spirits as well when the time comes. Good enough for you. Good brother, can you change them to mental attribute ones? No problem. By the way, good brother, if I want to establish a faction, are there any useful items recommended on the auction house rankings? Zhe Zhao suddenly remembered that his good brother on the other side managed the entire Douluo Continent alone, so he must be much more experienced than him in establishing and managing factions. Moreover, since he frequently hung out at the auction house, he was also much more knowledgeable than him. There are. This definitely has to start with the ancestral tablet. Not only can it help you build a loyal faction, but it can also gather incense, provide faith, and help you create your own god position. 666. Good brother, this still requires too much micro-operation, and insufficient strength makes it prone to backlash. Are there any other items recommended that are simpler, more covert, and yet powerful? There are. There are still 9 such powerful items left in the auction house. First, Master-Disciple Dao Book. Second, Immortal Beast Breeding Ground. Third, The Other's Mind Group Resonance Crystal. Fourth, Guild Establishment Token. Fifth, Legal Golden Scroll Legalist and Confucianist Combined Edition. Sixth, Heroic Spirit Altar. Seventh, Angelic Sacred Emblem. Eighth, Investiture of the Gods Replica Edition. Ninth, Seed of Loyal True Spirit Conceptual Grade. They can all meet your needs, it's just that they require quite a lot of auction coins. Bro, you can selectively buy a few. What I am currently using are the Immortal Beast Breeding Ground, the Legal Golden Scroll, and the Ancestral Tablet. I feel the effects are pretty good, and I strongly recommend the Ancestral Tablet. The Transmigrator Good Brother from Douluo 2 gave 10 recommendations in one breath, every single one of which made Jade Zhao's eyes burn with desire, wishing he could buy all of them. Thanks for the recommendation, good brother. When I have the strength, I will definitely buy an ancestral tablet to taste it too. Don't worry, bro, buy it with confidence. It's totally awesome. Bro, nothing much else, I'm heading out first. I have another client coming over here. Okay. Closing the chat interface, Jade Zhao searched the auction house rankings for the 10 types of faction building items he had just been recommended. He selected a few he could afford and added them to his pre-orders. Sigh. If I want to establish a faction, it feels like these roughly 150,000 auction coins a day might not be enough to spend. Jade Zhao shook his head and sighed, feeling a bit troubled. However, he wasn't too worried. At worst, he could take it slow and first grab a few urgently needed ones, such as the Guild Establishment Token and the Legal Golden Scroll. For 3 consecutive days, he spent all his time cultivating. The inter-class friendly matches on campus were held with great enthusiasm, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Students discussing the strengths of the contestants could be seen everywhere. Jade Zhao, someone is looking for you. Who is looking for me? Jade Zhao, who was meditating with his eyes closed inside the classroom during the break, raised his head and looked towards the window, where 3 familiar figures stood. Second brother, you're back. Jade Zhao stopped running his spirit power, stood up from his classroom in pleasant surprise, and walked towards the 3 of them. Second brother Jay Han was wearing a dark-colored fitted outfit, with a sheathed less short dagger casually hung at his waist, its blade faintly glowing with a dark red hue. Little brother, I finally get to see you. Over the past few days, Mom, Aunt Lin, and second sister talked your praises endlessly in my ear until my ears grew calluses. And this kid. As he spoke, a bronze-colored, large hand patted Oscar's shoulder, stirring up a cloud of dust. He kept nagging me all the way here about how great his boss is, and whatnot. Come, little brother, let second brother take a look at you. Jaehan's slightly upturned sword-like brows carried an inescapable hint of wickedness. The corners of his mouth habitually curved into an ambiguous, half-smile, as if he had seen through the ways of the world while also carrying a slightly cynical vibe. Whoa, you've grown quite a bit. Jaehan raised an eyebrow at Jade Zhao, his dark golden eyes transmitting a look. Jade Zhao, who had been following his second brother in mischief since childhood, instantly understood in a second. Second brother had things he couldn't conveniently say to him in front of outsiders. Coincidentally, he did too. Thus, the 2 brothers exchanged glances, sharing the same thought, and tacitly nodded slightly. Jaehan affectionately patted Jade Zhao's shoulder. You've gotten sturdy. Hey, second brother. Jade Zhao grinned, playfully punched Jaehan back, and then turned his gaze to the excited younger brother beside him. Oscar, how did getting your spirit ability go? Boss, you are truly a god. Seeing his boss ask, Oscar couldn't hold back his urge to pour his heart out, but was stopped by Jade Zhao raising a hand. Just looking at you, I can tell the effect is great. Go handle the admission procedures with Uncle Fu first, and come to my room tonight to talk in detail. Single student apartment number 5, room 513, did you remember that? Oscar nodded his head frantically, whatever the boss said was right. He turned to look at Uncle Fu beside him. Uncle Fu bowed to Jie Zhao and Jie Han to take his leave, saying, "Two young masters, you two take your time catching up. I'll go take him to complete the procedures. Go on, go on." After the two left, Jie Han impatiently put his arm around Jie Zhao's shoulders, actually enveloping the two of them in spirit power to prevent their voices from leaking out. Then, he asked in an extremely low voice right in Jie Zhao's ear, "Little brother, do you want a 100,000-year spirit ring?" Chapter 29, 100,000-year Jufang White Deer. Quote. Hearing this, Jie Zhao was completely dumbfounded. At this current stage, where would a 100,000-year spirit ring come from for him? And how could his second brother, a mere spirit ancestor, manage to catch it? The extreme North Ice City. Jie Zhao pondered in his heart, could it be that he ran into the Tianmeng iceworm? But based on the Tianmeng iceworm's performance in the original work, where it could trap the Ice Empress with its cocoon shell and blow up a spirit Douluo with its mental force and spirit power, it shouldn't be something his second brother, a mere spirit ancestor, could catch. Jie Zhao was completely baffled. Could it be that Xiao Wu got lost and ran off to the extreme north after taking human form? 100,000-year spirit beast, Jufang White Deer. Jie Han's deep voice sounded. It experienced the heavenly tribulation and suffered heavy injuries. If you want it, little brother, I've already talked it over with it, and it can perform a sacrifice for you. Let's go. Jie Zhao's heart shook, knowing that this wasn't the place to talk. He pulled his second brother away from the teaching building and headed toward the Back Mountain Lake. By the Back Mountain Lake. This place had long been marked off by Jie Zhao, and basically no other students would come here looking for trouble. Those who had come before were all beaten away by Du Guyan. Aside from people Jie Zhao was familiar with and close to, basically no one else came here. Second brother, what's going on with the 100,000-year spirit beast? Pulling Jie Han down to sit cross-legged, Jie Han casually plucked a blade of blue-silver grass to hold between his lips and grinned. This is a long story. It was probably the night 3 days ago. At that time, I was following the mercenary group leader to corner a 40,000-year ice feather sparrow, and accidentally fell off the edge of a cliff. I broke 8 ribs. A trace of lingering fear appeared on Jie Han's somewhat weathered face. This prompted Jie Zhao to instinctively reach out, wanting to check his second brother's injuries, but he was stopped by a wave of his hand. It's fine. Your second brother has a tough life, turning misfortune into a blessing. 100,000-year Jufang White Deer was hiding in the mountain stream, left on the verge of death by lightning strikes. It helped me out and directly healed the injuries from my fall. Jie Han rubbed the short, stiff, dark blue stubble on his chin with his right hand and gave a wicked smile. Little brother, guess what condition this spirit beast proposed to me? I don't know. Jie Zhao cooperatively shook his head, having a faint guess in his heart. The consecutive good things that had happened to him recently all began on the night 3 days ago. It wants me to take care of its cub. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Others fucking a spirit ancestor, does it think I'm a titled Douluo? Second brother Jie Han's weathered face revealed a hint of mockery. Then second brother, did you agree? What else? Fucking hell, a severely injured 100,000-year spirit beast is still a 100,000-year spirit beast. If I hadn't agreed, the way it healed me is the exact way it could kill me. Even though Jie Han put on an indignant tone, the corners of his mouth were truly hard to suppress. Ha 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 ha, little brother, what a great opportunity. Fucking hell, I never expected that in my lifetime, I, Jie Han, would encounter a 100,000-year spirit beast actively offering a sacrifice. It was worth it this lifetime. He stopped pretending, he couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into loud laughter. His sword-like brows trembled, and the slanted, faint scar across his left brow bone added an extra touch of uninhibited casualness to him. But I didn't take it. You were the first person I thought of, little brother. Jie Han's laughter. paused for a moment as he raised a hand and pointed, looking quite bold and magnanimous. This Jufang white deer, fucking hell, doesn't match my spirit at all, it conflicts too much. For me, an attack system, to have a healing system spirit ability, isn't that bullshit? Even though he said that, who could easily give up the temptation of 100,000-year spirit ring? He paused. With an expression of, I lost big time, but I'm happy to do it, on his face, he feigned nonchalance. This thing would be a pure waste on me, but you're different, little brother. Your innate spirit power is the lowest in our family. And your spirit is the food system, which has the slowest cultivate speed. Since you were little, you've had plenty of crooked ideas. I believe that this 100,000-year Jufang white deer's spirit ring and spirit bone will definitely allow you to undergo a complete rebirth. Jaehan stylishly raised an eyebrow, a trace of doting in his voice. How about it? 2 years ago, your second brother didn't lie to you, did he? A single sentence brought Jie Zhao's thoughts back to 2 years ago, making him feel somewhat moved and touched. When Jie Zhao had just undergone his spirit awakening, he didn't inherit the attack system Yazi spirit passed down through generations in the Jie family, but instead awakened the food system spirit, white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup. The family didn't say anything. But those noble descendants kept calm on the surface while gossiping endlessly behind the scenes, spreading filth and abuse like, a bastard is just a bastard, and, trash, behind his back. After Jaehan found out, single-handedly, he went around and called out every single noble descendant in the Heaven Do Imperial City who was wagging their tongues. Although he was beaten black and blue, it made the others fearful and struck them dumb with terror. Later, to calm the storm, Jie Long asked Jaehan to go to the army to avoid the limelight, but Jaehan just left a letter and departed, saying he wanted to venture into the Spirit Master's world alone. Before leaving, he specifically sought out Jie Zhao. He said that in the future, second brother would definitely get you 100,000-year spirit bone back, let you undergo a complete rebirth, and let all those people who looked down on you know how formidable you were. In Jie Zhao's heart, second brother Jaehan was the person in the family most worthy of his unreserved trust, and aside from their mother, the person who treated him the best. Second brother. To think you still remember your little brother. Hearing this, Jaehan blew at the messy black bangs in front of his forehead and gave a wicked smile. Who else could it be since you're my little brother? If I don't think of you, who would I think of? How have things been recently? Is there anyone blind at Heaven Do Academy who dares to look for trouble with you? Tell second brother. This time when second brother comes back, I'll deal with all of them for you in one go, guaranteed they won't dare to speak ill of you before you graduate. Jaehan patted his chest, clearly very confident in his own strength. Quite well. With some friends protecting me, no one dares to trouble me. Jie Zhao smiled as he reminisced with Jaehan, asking in detail what the 100,000-year Jufang white deer's sacrifice was all about. It wants me to take care of its cub. It said it wants to sign some kind of Jufang contract with me, making me wholeheartedly take care of its cub to become a 10,000-year spirit beast within 1,000 years after my breakthrough to a titled Douluo. Alright, I don't need to worry about the resources to raise the white deer cub, it has them prepared. As long as I don't break my promise, it doesn't matter even if its cub doesn't reach 10,000 years. Jaehan looked indifferent. Receiving a sacrifice from a 100,000-year spirit beast naturally came with a price. If there were no demands at all, he wouldn't even dare believe it. Is it that certain second brother can become a titled Douluo? Hey, who knows? Anyway, if it succeeds, we make a blood profit. If it doesn't, I won't lose out by agreeing to it. At the very least, it keeps your second brother from getting crushed to death right there in that mountain stream, right? Jaehan fluffed his messy bangs in a ruffianly manner, his eyes revealing shrewdness. Second brother negotiated terms with it. I'll take care of its cub, but the person chosen for its sacrifice has to be changed. At first, it was quite unwilling. I was already prepared to accept it, but who knows what kind of whim it suddenly caught. It inexplicably agreed and even let me out to look for someone. Chapter 30 Immortal Herb, Earth Dragon Golden Melon. Could the worlds will be exerting its power? Jie Zhao thought to himself. The string of good things happening recently all started after he signed his name on the good luck name card 3 nights ago. 70,000-year red-bearded water chew head spirit bone, 100,000-year spirit beast Jufang white deer sacrifice. Wonder what other fortuitous encounters are waiting for him ahead. Is it really that miraculous? He had just been thinking about going to the Stardow Great Forest to test the power of the good luck name card when he wanted to obtain his third spirit ring, and unexpectedly, the third spirit ring delivered itself right to his doorstep. Listening to his second brother recount what he saw and heard along the way, the conversations with his family after returning home, and Oscar's chatter all the way here. Jade Zhao listened on the surface, multitasking. He thought to himself, if it really is this miraculous, I want the deep-sea demon whale king or Tianmeng iceworm to be my fourth spirit ability. I wonder if Mother Worlds can satisfy this. Jade Zhao made a wish into the void realm. Come on, good luck name card, let me see your limit. Little brother. What are you thinking about, so mesmerized? Jade Zhao pulled back his thoughts and said sincerely, I'm so moved. Second brother, you turned down 100,000-year spirit beast sacrifice and still thought of me. I really don't know what to say. Hey, what are we to each other between us brothers? Jaehan waved his hand unquestioningly, cut the crap. In a moment, you're coming with me to the far north. The two of us will make a quick round trip, and it won't take even 10 days. It won't delay whatever mixer you guys have. Jufang White Deer said its sacrifice can forcibly bypass the Spirit Master's rank, bestowing an extra spirit ring upon the Spirit Master. Let's go quickly, lest it changes its mind. Second brother. Jaehan was clearly a pragmatic person who believed in getting the benefits into his hands first. All right. Jade Zhao nodded. Then second brother, let's leave tomorrow. You rest up today first, you've been rushing all the way without a break. I have a match to fight today, so once I'm done, we'll leave together tomorrow. Deal. Jaehan's frivolous smile gradually faded, and his dark golden eyes flashed with sharp light. Since we're not rushing off, let second brother see what immortal herb you've prepared for me. Let's get this straight first. If it's not as good as the Qingyan Shishi immortal herb you gave that girl Jie Xin, second brother is going to throw a fit with you. Jaehan glared and pointed at Jade Zhao jokingly. Look at what you're saying, second brother. Could I possibly treat you unfairly? You were my own biological second brother after all. Jade Zhao patted his chest to guarantee it, and took out an arm-long jade box from the wishful 100 treasure purse at his waist, which was a full 30 centimeters in width and height. It was quite large. Lifting the lid of the jade box, a vermilion golden immortal herb coiled inside. Golden threads hung down, as thin as a dragon's whiskers. Yellow stamens dotted about, shining like immortal tassels. The vermilion golden roots wound together like a spiderweb, densely covered with vertical lines as if carved by heavenly books. An egg-sized, heart-shaped fruit lay in the nest built by the vermilion golden roots, radiating a faint yellow glow. Second brother, this is the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. For dragon-type spirits, it's no less than a top-tier immortal herb. Eating it clears the meridians and connects the pulses, stabilizes the soul and calms the spirit. Applied externally, it regenerates flesh and keeps one's appearance jade-like. Taken internally, it clears the mind and makes one's wisdom flow like a spring. How is it? Prepared specially for you, it is extremely compatible with your red-eyed Yazi spirit, and it will definitely promote the evolution of your red-eyed Yazi spirit. Can't say I've treated you unfairly, right? As he spoke, Jade Zhao pushed the jade box in his hand forward and placed it in front of Jaehan. Ha 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 ha, little brother, you put in thought. Second brother didn't dote on you for nothing. Jaehan laughed uninhibitedly, bold and dashing. His rough, large hand patted Jade Zhao's back as he carefully sized up the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, an immortal herb before him. Tisk. This thing is an immortal herb. It can make someone's spirit evolve, and also raise spirit power by 5 or 6 ranks. Jaehan smacked his lips, marveling, little brother, where on earth did you pluck this good thing from? Don't tell me you stole it from an immortal's herb garden. Never mind where it came from, second brother. Jade Zhao waved his hand with a smile. It's edible, and the effects are good, isn't that enough? That's true. Jaehan didn't dwell on it. He completely trusted Jade Zhao, just as Jade Zhao completely trusted him, and asked, "How do you eat this thing?" "Eat it all. The earth dragon clears the meridians, and the golden melon cleanses the soul. Just leave the root, find a place to plant it later, and maybe you can harvest another crop in a few years." "Deal." Finished speaking, Jehan directly picked up the earth dragon golden melon, grabbed it by the stem, and snapped it off while leaving the root. Without a second thought, raising his head and opening his mouth, the drooping dragon whiskers of the earth dragon golden melon entered his mouth. After chewing casually a couple of times, it slid right down Jehan's throat. The remaining melon didn't survive the next second either. Casually wiping away the non-existent dust on the melon, in 2 or 3 bites just like eating an apple, he swallowed it straight down. The whole sequence was smooth as flowing water. Not a shred of hesitation, full of trust in his own younger brother, Jade Zhao. That's right. Jade Zhao and Jehan were biological brothers. Besides them, there was also eldest sister Jade Shi. They were all born to the Lin family. It's a bit bitter. Before Jehan could finish his review, a powerful medicinal force erupted within his body, and his red-eyed Yazi spirit also grew restless. Jehan didn't hesitate and directly unleashed his spirit possession. Dragon head and jackal body, with crimson eyes. A fierce, tyrannical killing intent permeated the air. Intersecting curved fangs flashed with a cold light, and his narrow pupils were filled with extreme brutality and madness. Whoa! The sudden change made Jade Zhao's heart skip a beat. He hurriedly stood up, stepped back a few steps, and acted as a protector for his second brother 3 meters away. I remember a couple of years ago, second brother's spirit wasn't this fierce. What has second brother gone through in these past 2 years? Jade Zhao murmured to himself, his eyes filled with heartache for his second brother from the bottom of his heart. Leaving home at 17 to venture out into the world alone, he had just achieved a breakthrough to Spirit Elder and acquired his 3rd spirit ring when he left. Perhaps only by fighting and killing in the deceitful spirit master mercenary world could one accumulate such a fierce killing intent. Jade Zhao's gaze locked tightly onto the spirit shrouded in pale golden light. The originally ink-black, lithe, and fierce body of the red-eyed Yazi was now enveloped by that blazing golden glow, repeatedly hammered and tempered until its skin gradually turned dark gold. Muscles knotted and bulged, veins throbbing violently. Abundant blood chi coursed through all 4 limbs, and a teeth-gritting, crackling explosion came from deep within the bones, undergoing a drastic change of shedding its mortal body and exchanging its bones. Roar! A clear, majestic dragon roar erupted from deep within Jehan's throat, and the powerful dragon might bent a whole patch of blue-silver grass to the ground, causing Jade Zhao to raise an eyebrow involuntarily. This effect. Good thing I didn't give it to that old fogey. Even now, Jade Zhao couldn't help but secretly complain about Jie Long. Originally, this earth dragon golden melon was prepared for Jie Long, while the immortal herb prepared for second brother was the Chixia Jilin epiphyllum. But now giving both immortal herbs to second brother wouldn't be out of the question either. Anyway, yesterday morning Jade Zhao had snapped up 30 bottles of Teoti pill, a full 300 pills, which was enough for him to eat for 3 or 4 years. Giving second brother a bottle to digest the medicinal power of the earth dragon golden melon, and adding another Chixia Jilin epiphyllum to make it even more perfect. Wouldn't that be wonderful?